Welcome to the City of Half Moon Bay Planning Commission meeting of Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Will you take a roll call, please?
Yes, please. Commissioner Reddick,
I am here.
Commissioner Commissioner Gorn,
I'm here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
I am present.
Vice Chair Johannes,
Present.
and Chair Gossett.
Here.
All commissioners are present this evening.
We'll go through the approval of the minutes from the April 30th, 2024 meeting, and Bridget's going to talk about that briefly.
Yes, we have one addendum to the minutes, and it's to add that we did reopen the public comment to hear and allow those that didn't get a chance to speak on the 23rd because of the lateness of the meeting, and to allow their voices to be heard. That meeting, the earlier meeting went till midnight, so we just allowed that. So I'm gonna put a clause in there in that set of minutes if it works for the commissioners. Other than that, there was no other changes.
I move that we approve the minutes with the edit that Bridget just talked about.
I second the motion.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Approved.
Okay, and at this point, I'll turn the meeting over to Winter to talk about the report from a recent closed session meeting with the Planning Commission.
Yes, we had the closed session as posted on the agenda, and there's nothing to report out.
Thank you. And I'm rearranging the agenda a bit. We are gonna move public comment for anything that's not on the agenda to after item 1A. So I would like to introduce item 1A, which is a continuation of a project from a date certain of April 30th, 2024 to today. And the description is a coastal development permit and architectural review for a 40-unit affordable multifamily residential project with 2,653 square feet of Farm Worker Resource Center. And the city file is PDP 23-034. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Christy to give a short presentation.
Yes, very short. Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, this item was continued from the April 30th hearing. It is resuming this evening for the Planning Commission to ask additional clarifying questions of staff and to begin deliberations. The Commission was provided a short supplemental staff agenda. We, in that, attempted to answer many of the questions that came out from the last hearing and the questions from the Commission, provided some supplemental information on the Planning Commission authority, restated some key local coastal land use plan policies, and included a recommendation on the process for this evening. Attached to that staff report was a resolution, again, approval resolution that staff was recommending, along with updated conditions of approval. And I will just share real briefly, just to touch again on kind of the Planning Commission process. The meeting, of course, has been opened, and this all began with a staff presentation back on the 23rd, applicant presentation, public comment that was received both on the 23rd and 30th. And then Planning Commission provided some clarifying questions to staff, both on the 23rd, 30th, and then again this evening. Planning Commission deliberations will happen this evening, and to follow that will be a Planning Commission decision. We do have a slide with the different options for the Commission in terms of what actions you can take this evening that I'm happy to put up there when it comes time for the Commission to get there. Winter and I are here happy to answer any questions that the Commission has in relation to items that were in the staff report, additional responses that we provided the Commission on questions that were asked. just here as a resource for you. I know Mercy Housing, the applicant, has an update to their proposal that they'd like to share with the commission this evening. So if it's okay with the chair, we can invite them up now, or you can decide how you'd like to handle that.
Sure, they can come up and present their updates.
Good evening. My name is Ramey Dare, and I'm the Regional Director of Real Estate for Mercy Housing California, and I'm here representing the applicant. Thank you so much for granting me this time to speak. We value this opportunity to develop affordable housing for farm workers and a resource center at this location at 555 Kelly. And we have worked really hard to design the development in partnership with the city and the community. And in the spirit of partnership, we'd like to offer 2 items for the commission's consideration this evening. First, the building height. We are able to reduce the height of the building by 4 to 5 feet by reducing at each level the floor to ceiling height, excuse me. So with this reduction, the building height overall is reduced to 45 feet 6 inches on the 4-story portion on Kelly Avenue, and to 54 feet 6 inches at the 5-story portion. This is a reduction of half a story. We are pleased to be able to offer this, as the tallest point would be less than 5 feet above the 50-foot height limit if the state density bonus law was not used. Second, we are offering to evaluate the feasibility of changing the unit mix. It is currently 8 studios, 26 one-bedrooms, and 8 two-bedrooms for a total of 40 apartments. We are offering to evaluate if we can convert 6 of the 2-bedroom units to 1-bedroom units, so that the unit mix would be something like this: 6 studios, 32 one-bedrooms, and 2 two-bedroom apartments. We would like to retain a 2-bedroom manager's unit and have another 2-bedroom for circumstances such as a senior resident with a live-in caregiver. The reduced height that I described in the first offer would still be part of this as well. Our evaluation of changing the unit mix will include whether the funding that we have received will be still intact with this unit mix change, and if there's any other impacts to the feasibility of the development because of that unit change on our competitiveness for other funding sources that we still need to secure. It will take us some time to do this due diligence, so we request that the commission approve us to move forward with this evaluation of the unit change and bring back that analysis to the city through the director. We request that the commission consider these 2 offers as genuine good faith efforts to respond to concerns, as well as to be able to move forward to develop the affordable senior farm worker housing that this community so needs and wants. We would be pleased to be available for the questions from the commission and to get your feedback, and we hope to reach a resolution this evening. Thank you.
Through the chair, can I ask the applicant one?
Sure.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the new heights once more?
Of course. Okay, so there's 2 heights. So if you remember, there's a 4-story portion on Kelly Ave. So the new height would be 45 feet 6 inches. And towards the back, on the 5-story portion, the new height would be 54 feet 6 inches. So that would be less than 5 feet over the 50-foot height limit.
And I do have another clarifying question. And you said 6 two-bedrooms could you talk about the 2-bedroom mix
Sure,
again?
of course,
I'm sorry.
Of course, yeah. I know, it was a lot.
Yeah.
So what we are offering to evaluate is, we understand that there's some concern about the 2 bedrooms that are proposed. There are 8 2-bedroom units proposed in our current proposal that we submitted. We're offering to look at if we can change 6 of those 8 2-bedroom units to one-bedroom units. So we would have an additional 6 one-bedrooms in the mix, and we'd like to keep two bedrooms. Again, for the manager's unit, and then to be able to offer someone who has like a live-in caregiver, that other 2-bedroom unit, that kind of situation. And so if that unit mix change sounded like a good path, the unit mix could look like 6 studios, 32 one-bedrooms, and 2 2-bedrooms, for a total of 40 apartments.
Oh, that's,
Or 41, thank you. 42? 38? No, 40, no, 40, yeah, 40.
it's 40. Oh,
Sorry, but
Sometimes doing math on the
managers-
fly, sometimes doing math on the fly is a little challenging. The plan is to have 40 units, is that correct? Great.
It would be 40 units.
Great.
Yeah,
thanks.
but the original plan had the manager's unit as one of the 40. That's why it's actually 42. No, not doing that.
So just to clarify, the application that we had originally submitted was for 40 units, and it did include a manager's unit. And so our offer is to evaluate keeping that total at 40 units, but changing the mix so that we have less 2-bedrooms and change those 2 bedrooms to 1s.
thank you. Any other clarifying questions?
So the total number of units for this project is going to stay at 40 units?
We would like to have it stay at 40 units.
Okay, it's just, so the original, the one that had, I can't remember the numbers now, but it was 39 living units and 1 manager's unit
You are
to make
correct.
40.
Yes.
So this is 40 living units and 2 manager units.
No, sorry, it would still be 39 living units and 1
Okay.
staff unit, yes.
So one of the 2 managing units would be a living unit. Is that kind of what you're saying?
One of
You
the
said
2
there's a
bedrooms.
second.
One of the 2 bedrooms is a manager's unit, and one of the 2 bedrooms is for someone who needs a live-in caregiver.
Oh, for a live-in caregiver. Okay. So not a second, you said something about a second manager's unit.
Oh, no, I think, sorry, I
didn't
probably
understand.
sounded confusing.
Okay.
So basically what we're trying to do is change the 2 bedrooms, except for 2 of those, to 1-bedrooms. That's the offer for us
Okay.
to evaluate.
So 39 living units and the manager's unit.
Correct.
Great,
Yes.
thanks.
Thank you.
I do have a clarifying question.
But wait, before we go into clarifying question, well, do you want to continue with the applicant on this proposal? Yes? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you listening to the feedback from some members of the community. The height would be measured from the existing grade, the 45 feet? Okay, I see a nod from
The architect?
the architect behind you. Just want to confirm. So the 45 feet and the 54 feet is from the existing grade. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
So as far as you would like the opportunity to evaluate this option, so what is your request exactly of the Planning Commission?
The request is to have the commission vote this evening to allow us to move forward with the proposal, but with those 2, I guess, offers or changes that I just described. So the height would be lower by 4 to 5 feet, so same design, but shorter building. And then the second would be that we would look at the unit mix to see if we can change it, and that we would come back to the city, to the director, to say, we've done this analysis to look at how, what the impact might be for us to change the units on the overall financing, and here's what we can do. Does that help? Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, I think we might have other clarifying questions, so we will get back to you if we need you to come back up and answer questions for us. And I asked my fellow commissioners if anyone would like to start with clarifying questions, or if anyone would like to state anything before we get into clarifying questions.
Through the chair.
Yes.
So before we start, I just wanted to say that the day after our last meeting, we met two weeks ago. So the day after that, when my wife was driving our two children to school, they're 9 and 10 years old, there was a man with a sign who was stationed outside the school so that all the school kids could see it and my kids could see it, with a sign that said, "David Gorn hates farm workers." So I understand, well, let's just say this guy, Matt Janica, who doesn't know me, doesn't know what I stand for, doesn't know really anything about me and who I am. He just knows my kids go to that school. And I'm given to understand that this supporter of yours is not necessarily affiliated with Alas, but I would say that Mr. Janica did not operate in a vacuum. And the tone that has been set and the vitriol that the Planning Commission has gone through and the planning commissioners have gone through is very, is problematic. And I would say you might want to have a little faith rather than launch a full-scale attack, which is what has happened over the last couple of weeks. You might want to have some faith that the City Council has set housing, affordable housing, as its #1 priority and has worked really hard to make that happen, which is why we have the courtyard over by the Stone Pine Center with affordable housing. That's why we have this project before us. You know, the $6 million that the county ponied up for Bay City, you think that's the county's idea? That's locals who did that, who made that happen. That's your mayor and locals who made that happen. So you got to have a little faith that, you know, we're kind of working toward the same thing, and don't just assume that we're not. We haven't even done anything yet. Haven't made a decision. We barely talked about anything. And if this Planning Commission approves the project, it goes to City Council for them to work on. If we deny it, it goes to City Council for them to work on. So, you know, after we make a decision and you don't like it, then go ahead and fight. Like, go ahead. We're public servants, you know, I'll take the fight, whatever the fight is. But you can leave my family and my kids out of it, please. I respectfully ask you. Thank you.
I just wanted to echo that sentiment. I think sometimes we're used to being in here with a room of 2 people in attendance, and we talk about very arcane things. I do want to thank Mayor Jimenez for recognizing that and standing by the Planning Commission and our deliberations process. Normally on a project like this that's taken 2 years, we would have had an opportunity to have some of these questions answered about halfway through. And many people are now fired up to get something done. And I've been cajoled by many people in this room to simply turn a blind eye and approve the project exactly as is. We have an obligation to put the city on the best legal footing and make sure that we follow the law, as the governor has asked us, both state density bonus law and the Coastal Act, because it benefits all of us. And I think it's important for us to get this right, because there are a lot of people who are for and against this project. And I think all of us here at this podium have put in place policies to support exactly this type of housing. Our obligation is to protect the city and to protect the health and welfare of our community, both the public health as well as the financial stability of the city from lawsuits. So it's an important part of what we're doing here. Thanks.
And I would just like to say that we appreciate all the input that was given at the last hearing and the hearing prior to that on April 23rd, in which we were here until midnight, because we really wanted to hear your voice. And we will consider all the input received in our deliberation. So we do have a lot of work to do tonight, and before we conclude our deliberations. And in terms of the Planning Commission process, we are still asking clarifying questions. And as a point of order, I'm asking that you refrain from clapping or cheering or any other outbursts, because it will just slow down the process. I appreciate the passion in this room, but if the public continues to disrupt the process, we're going to have a long night ahead of us. So at this time, I'm going to ask the applicant and city staff to jot down our clarifying questions and to save your answers until the end, unless a commissioner really feels like they need to have the applicant come forward. Thank you. Who wants to go first?
I had some clarifying questions around transit policy. I'm under the impression that state density bonus law and some of its provisions are impacted by the proximity of having a major transit stop within a half mile of the project. And I tried reading the Coastal Act on my own unassisted, and not the Coastal Act, State Density Bonus Law on my own unassisted, and I would appreciate city staff and the attorney's office providing clarification on what the impact of having a major transit stop or not having one is on the project. And I'm asking the question because it appears to me as a layperson that there may not be a major transit stop within a half mile of the project or within Half Moon Bay at all. So appreciate that.
Sure, I'll take that one. So staff did determine that there's a major transit stop within half mile of the project. And you can kind of combine all the transit that is happening. It doesn't have to be like one bus stops super frequently. So the routes that, well, Christy, did you want to talk? I can say the routes that staff looked at were Route 117 and 294, as well as Samtrans microtransit options, which are available on demand to sort of fill in the gaps there. So staff did determine that the project is within a half mile of a major transit stop. I'll say as a general matter, state density bonus law generally prohibits the city from imposing development standards that would physically preclude a project that qualifies for a state density bonus. That's called a waiver. It's separate from the concessions and incentives. Here, this is the super density bonus project. And so there is more of a connection to the major transit stop because there's unlimited density that's allowed. So there are provisions that cite to a major transit stop, and that's the determination that staff made, was that it is within a half mile of one of those.
So I'm under the impression that the frequency of bus service needs to be 15 minutes or less during peak hours. How do we, and there's a two-part question here. It's one, does it exist? And two, if anything, what is the impact? So those are the two questions. Let's start with, is there in fact a transit stop, and can you walk us through the schedule that gets us there?
Yeah, the stop itself is at Main and Miramontes in downtown. And there's also a transit stop at Kelly and Church. So there's one in very close proximity to the project site. Both 117 and 294 operate in an hourly basis, a adjusted hourly basis, so between the two of them, there is regular service, and then the Samtrans Ride Plus service is on-demand service that can be requested at any point, and you can use that like regular transit. So that would meet the every 15-minute frequency in staff's determination.
So there's 4 bus lines plus the microbus. There's a major bus. One is considered a major bus because it connects Half Moon Bay to other communities, and the others are considered local lines.
294 runs between Half Moon Bay and then
Hillsdale Mall.
Caltrain Station,
Yep.
Cemetery and Hillsdale
Yep.
Mall.
And then 117 goes to
117
to
runs up to
Lindmar.
Pacifica.
Yep.
Yeah.
But those are an hour apart. How do you get to 15 minutes with those two?
Between those two, they offset each other. So like I think as Winter was saying, you don't need to have one bus line that runs every 15 minutes. What you need to have is regular 15-minute service at a particular location. So between those two lines and between the Samtrans Ride Plus, which is an on-demand service and can be scheduled in the downtown, that's where you get the determination that this meets the major transit service within a half mile of the project site.
Okay. Set that aside for a second. Okay, so what's the impact? If this is in fact, is there any impact on this project if this is in fact an issue? Or if this doesn't exist, is there an issue?
Yes, this is how you get to the unlimited density in the super density bonus statute. So this is a component of that determination.
And what does that mean? Does that affect a waiver, 2 waivers, 4 waivers? Help me understand how that works.
That's, the unlimited density is how we get from the 10 workforce housing overlay units to the 40.
Okay. And Samtrans can add new bus services to this project, right? I mean, we could increase the service, but staff's contention that an unscheduled bus service is considered a major bus line.
Staff's contention is that between
opinions,
117
position,
and 294 and the Ride Plus service, which is an on-demand transit that is offered through Samtrans, gets to that every 15-minute headway service to downtown within a half mile of this project site.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So there's a few things that I don't really understand. One of them was, we started out with a project that was for retired farm workers, and then it switched to senior farm workers. And now the limit is the lower number, you have to be 55 years old. But so when it seems like that when you first came up with that number of 30% of the people don't own cars, that maybe was referring to the seniors who were mostly in the studios, which I assume is mostly senior couples. So it would be mostly 40 units, 39 units with 2 people in each unit, mostly. So we're looking at between 80 and 100 people, 30% of which don't own cars. So that sort of like says, don't worry so much about the parking and traffic. But now we're looking at, even with the new one, we're looking at just 6 studios, but 32 one-bedrooms, and then a couple of 2-bedrooms. And so that kind of says to me it's more families, it's more people living in those places, and that it's not just a couple. So I would like to just make sure that I know who it is that we're talking about. Like if we're talking about families, which is I guess what we're talking about with most of the other 2-bedroom houses that are 2-bedroom apartments that are now being taken away. But is it still families with the one bedrooms? I don't really understand that part. And then I also loved the rundown last meeting on the affordable housing tax credit and how that works. It's like you explained something that I thought was unexplainable. But so now I'm a little bit concerned that that's a big part of your funding. And I know Gavin Newsom, like, he's a friend of the project apparently, but he's also talking about cutting that. So if he cuts that affordable housing tax credit, does that like put the financing in jeopardy? Like, I'm actually really concerned. Maybe, I don't know if that's outside of our purview or not, but I think it's in our purview. And then I also wanted to know so that we started with an original project that was, that the city council approved, the RFQ, with a certain number of studios and a certain height. I think it was the four stories, and I don't remember the number of studios, mostly studios. And there was an ENA signed to that effect. So then, now there's a new project, and kind of a third version now, but the second version that we've been hearing with a different ENA. So what I wanted to know is, was that ENA approved by the city council? And was the new version of this that we're hearing approved by the city council? I don't really understand that. It seems like it's like that's not quite right. So also, you guys talked about 2,700 square feet that I wrote down in my notes as being the event center, but I don't think that's right. So I wanted to know the square footage of the resource center and the square footage of the event center and the square footages of the offices. If it's altogether 2,700 square feet, I'm not really sure. So those are the things I just don't understand, and I would like to know. Okay, thanks.
Is this a good place to stop, and maybe you could start answering some of those
I think that
questions?
would probably make most sense.
Okay, yeah, let's do that, and then we'll get back to you.
Sure. Now, some of those questions the applicant will have some good information on. Other ones I can answer. The project has always been for senior farm workers. There is no distinction, and I'll let the applicant correct me if I'm wrong, in whether they're currently working farm workers or whether they're retired farm workers. So, but they are senior farm workers, people who have derived their income.
Right, that was the RFQ with seniors, but it started out as retired before that. Anyway.
Yeah,
it's a
well, I
small
can.
thing. Right.
We're speaking of the project that's in front of the commission, so that's really all I can offer. There's the question if what happens if the low-income tax credit is in jeopardy. That will be a question that Mercy will have to answer because it's related to applications that they are filing. I think the third question was, does the ENA impact the new project? And I'm assuming by...
No, did this council say yes?
The council approved...
To the new ENA?
There is a singular ENA that the council approved last year. It is a...
When last year?
October, I believe.
Okay.
I can look at the dates for that.
Okay. So that's the only ENA.
A singular ENA for this project. It's an exclusive negotiating agreement between the city and the applicant.
Okay.
It allows them to proceed with an application and
Okay.
processing a CDP for the site. And yeah, there's the last question I have is related to the square footage in the project. So there's a singular farm worker resource center that is 2,658 square feet. There is no event center. There's just a farm worker resource center, and then Mercy has management offices in the ground floor of the building. And I'm thinking those are in the neighborhood of 800 square feet.
So you're saying the resource center is the one with the kitchen?
That's correct. The farm worker
Okay, so
resource
that's like an
center.
event center, resource center.
It is a farm worker resource center, and that size is 2,658 square feet.
And so I'm kind of like, we never really talked about what the resources are. I don't really understand. So 2,700 square feet, like, I think this room is like 2,200 square feet. I know because I'm trying to rent half of it. And so I actually know how big it is. I think this is 2,200 square feet. So it's 500 square feet more than this one,
I don't know how large this room is, but I do know how large the Farm Worker Resource Center is,
2,700.
2658.
Okay, wow. Thank you.
I want to hop in on that. I thought there was a community room on the second floor exclusively for the farm workers.
Yeah.
Correct.
How big is that room?
That's what I meant.
That's on the second floor, okay.
I can look up the
Okay.
square footage for that.
And I want to also know if it has a kitchen.
It does not.
Okay. Go ahead.
The RFQ that, the proposal that was presented by Mercy on May 23rd, 2022, actually said 40 affordable units, senior farm worker housing, 2,050 square feet for space for Farm Worker Resource Center, and Alas Latino Cultural Arts and Social Services Program in Half Moon Bay is dedicated to supporting youth and families. So I don't understand how the switch from supporting youth and families that's on the website to the switch to Farm Worker Resource Center. So I just wanted to clear that up and figure out how the square footage has now increased from 2,050 square foot to now 2,650. So it's just a question. Maybe somebody can answer that. And I'll have some others too, so maybe we'll stop there.
Would you like those answered now? Okay. The transition from the original proposal concept idea that was provided by Mercy and Alas when they responded to the RFQ was that. It was a proposal for, this is what we think the project is looking like. And since the initial proposal was made to today, there have been a lot of community outreach, a lot of community meetings. They've heard from the farm workers what type of facility they would like to see, what type of resources would be helpful at this building. So much like the unit mix of the project has evolved as the community has provided input and as they've really gotten into the details of working out what this building looks like, the size of the Farm Worker Resource Center has also changed, evolving with the community needs. The applicant can provide more detail on that if they'd like to clarify anything I'm saying.
So the resource center is not for the people who live there.
It's for all farm workers.
It's for all farm workers.
Mm-hmm. It's a Farm Worker Resource Center, not just for the residents of the facility.
So I have a follow-up question. So why is a kitchen needed? Why is a commercial kitchen needed for a center that's supporting farm workers for, resources and for the residents, that already have kitchens? I'm not really sure why that would require a commercial kitchen. Is that why they're calling it an event center?
They're not calling it an event center. They're calling it a Farm Worker Resources Center. And the commercial kitchen is something that the applicant can address. This is, again, a facility that is for farm workers in general throughout the community, as well as residents there. So to rely on someone's individual kitchen in their apartment would not be suitable for someone who doesn't live there.
Okay. I think I was a little confused because event center was used a lot in the last meeting. Like, people talked about the importance of the event center. And I thought, at the time, we actually didn't have a lot of time to talk, but at the time I thought, aren't we in an event center? Like, there's an event center right here. Like, do we need one over there? Like, I don't know. So I'm asking, like, why? Like, so I guess maybe that's part of deliberations. Maybe that's clarifying, but it confused me.
I think the question is, what I've heard is there's 2,650 square feet of space for Alas's services that they provide, which is roughly half the size of this room. Is that Or what did you,
No, it's 500 square feet more than this room.
500 square feet more than this?
More than this room.
I don't think,
Yeah,
huh,
that's what it says on the website.
huh, okay.
I know, it's
It's bigger than this.
bigger than this.
And I was under the impression from our last hearing that most of the farm worker services are done in the field, not in this office space. And so, and I guess, and I've heard mixed things of, well, there's 2,000 farm workers that we service, but are they in fact happening in the field, or are they happening in this location? And the reason why it's important is it's part of the analysis that was done. Have we taken into account the fact that there are going to be 2,000 people coming? What's the frequency? And that really, the analysis hasn't really incorporated that into that level of traffic. And so just trying to understand, what are we doing with this space and how does it impact the broader thing? I mean, I get you've got 40 units of housing, you've got community space, you want to be able to host events there, that's part of the whole thing, and you want to be able to cook food for people. That's a normal function, I think, of any commercial project. Like, that makes sense and it's logical to me. It's just the amount of office space for programming that I've heard is mostly going to happen in the field, and there's only going to be 2 people there. Why do you need so much space? That's the question, if only 2 people are going to be in this office space.
The applicant provided detail at the last public hearing on how the Farm Worker Resource Center is used, how it was planned, how it was programmed, and how it will function, but I'm sure they'd be happy to address that again.
Could you tell me again the reason why a kitchen is needed?
I didn't
I'm sorry.
tell you why it
Okay,
was needed.
I'm sorry. Maybe we said that the applicant, but I apologize.
And before we jump to that, I just want to make sure we've had some evolution or some clarification in the conditions of approval for who gets this farm worker housing. So could you help us understand, like, what the current thinking is around who would qualify and what mechanisms we're going to use to help ensure that local farm workers get the housing, if that's even still possible?
The condition is spelled out. It's Exhibit A to the resolution. Is there a particular language you had a question about?
No, I just would like you to walk us through the use case, because, I mean, one of us could read it, I suppose, but maybe you could just read the lottery system as an example that you were talking about in the conditions of approval.
That was identified if there is a question with funding or some sort of restriction on Mercy's future funding that would prohibit any sort of selection of one type of tenant over another. It was just an offer to identify other ways that local farm workers could be insured to be future tenants of the project, a lottery system, or they meet the thresholds that are identified in the condition.
Let me restate that because it's a little confusing, and tell me if I got it right. There's no guarantee that the farm worker housing will go to local farming, and it's partially affected by the types of funding that Mercy gets. Mercy is working to put in place a preference system so that they can try to get local farm workers approved, but that is difficult to do legally, and it may be constrained by types of funding. And one of the avenues you're using to address it is to come up with a lottery system that weights certain things like being a local as part of the criteria. Am I getting that right?
I couldn't speak to Mercy,
Okay.
how they implement that.
Great, thanks.
Either Remy can, or we can put a pin in this for all
I
of
think
the applicant questions.
this is one of the most important issues I think most of the people in the room are interested in, is how are we, I know it's not easy, but I want to make sure that we're being clear in how the expectations we're setting on this project.
Okay, so I'm going to speak to the local farm worker preference. So the local farm worker preference is stated in conditions of approval that one resident must be a current or retired agriculture worker that lives or works within Half Moon Bay or San Mateo County, unless it's otherwise prohibited as by future or potential funding requirements. As staff has stated, and we have supported, that we will implement the local preference in a specific manner, but that will be done by the requirements from our funding sources and factual findings on fair housing that we still have to do, that still have to be done. Mercy does have experience implementing local preferences in other locations and have done so successfully in San Francisco, in Santa Cruz, and we are prepared to work with city staff on how to correctly implement those preferences, given all of the requirements that we are under.
Excellent, thank you, and I really appreciate the new language that's been put in the conditions of approval. It's much more clear.
Can I ask, is there a limit on the number of people who stay in these units?
So you're asking about the occupancy restrictions?
Yes.
So the occupancy restrictions for the occupancy restrictions for the studios is 2 individuals, for a 1-bedroom is 3 individuals, and for a 2-bedroom is 5 individuals.
But the 2-bedroom would just be for the manager and for this assisted living.
We are proposing, yes, in the updated proposal, that there would be 1 unit for one of the 2-bedroom units would be designated for a manager, and then one of the 2-bedroom units would be designated for a senior who would potentially need a caregiver in that bedroom.
But 32 1-bedrooms, those are.
Could have a potential occupancy of up to 3 individuals in each of the 1-bedrooms.
So like 100 people in the.
Typically, they are rented up to 2 individuals within a 1-bedroom.
And so this idea about 30% don't own cars, we're not thinking that anymore. Is that right?
The population that we have been targeting has not changed. It is still senior farm workers. So the designation and the statements that were provided about the use of cars for that population remains the same.
So even if you have 1/3 more and they're younger, because 3 people means 2 people and a kid, like that you're 1 person and 2 kids. It doesn't mean 3 seniors, does it?
The head of household would still have to qualify as 55 years or older
I understand.
to live there.
So you have a head of household who's 55 years old, who has 2 kids, and they move in and 30% of them don't own cars. Is that right?
I can't say definitively what percentage
Okay.
of them.
So I think we could safely get rid of the 30% don't own cars thing. That's all. Like that doesn't seem like I'm not fighting it. It's just like that seems kind of odd to say.
I think the point you're trying to make is there's no clear evidence tying the number of people who are living there to the estimate on the number of parking. There's a standard that's applied for senior housing, and a slightly larger standard larger number was used to estimate the parking impact, but you're trying to find some evidence of how we got to 0.74 or 0.85. I think that's where you're going, right?
So no, I mean, partly it's the increased number of people, but it's also the increased number of people who have cars. So like, in the original, it was all studios and it was 2 people per studio. And I kind of just assumed that would be senior couples, right? And that seems okay, 30% don't own cars. I could buy it, I don't really believe it, but it's close. I mean, I could say okay, but this seems really different. So I'm asking if you guys feel like this is different, or if you're just doubling down on that little thing.
So specifically, the proposal of the updated unit mix that we are proposing, it doesn't increase or decrease the number of studios. So I'm not sure what you were referencing about the original.
So the original with studios is 2 people per studio. It's not that many people. It's 78 people. And those 78 people, you would think, are like couples, because it's 2 people in a studio. The studios are small. So those couples, you could buy the fact that those elderly couples, 30% don't own cars. That makes sense to me. But it doesn't make sense to have them all 1-bedrooms and to say, well, all those 1-bedroom people who live in those 1-bedrooms are also not going to have cars, because that's not senior couples.
I think I would look to city staff to answer the question on what was done for the parking study.
If
But
I could
that's not
just,
a park-
if I
okay.
could just help just a little bit, I did some math here, because I'm always worried about doing math on the fly when I'm talking to people, but 32 units that are one bedroom, that's 96 units, or 96 people who could potentially live in a maximum occupancy situation. You have two-bedroom apartments that could have 5 people each. That's another 10 people. And then you have 6 studios that each have a maximum occupancy of 2 people. So we're talking about 118 people.
At maximum.
At maximum. And based on your experience as an operator of affordable housing for seniors, in this situation, not necessarily, with farm workers actually, your estimate, which I will take as a good faith estimate, is it's going to be about 85 to 95 people, something in that ballpark would be living there.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Just real quick, to return for a moment to the question of prioritizing local residents, thank you for the clarification, and I'm glad to hear that you have positive experience making this happen. I just request going forward that you and staff think about a priority system that doesn't treat every San Mateo County resident equally. Obviously, it's a big county, and people close to Half Moon Bay and the coast side would make more sense for this project to be inclusive of them.
So I'd like to understand what the meaning of local means. Is it City of Half Moon Bay boundaries for the farms related to the City of Half Moon Bay boundaries? Or does local mean all the farms along the coastside in the San Mateo County?
I'm going to turn to city staff to answer that.
The way that the condition of approval is currently drafted, and this was one of the changes, the original condition of approval referred to the preference for workers in Half Moon Bay or the coast side, and that was modified to Half Moon Bay or San Mateo County. So that's the way the condition is currently worded.
So the definition of local is both San Mateo County, coastside, and City of Half Moon Bay.
Coast side is no longer in the proposed condition of approval.
Okay.
It's just the city and the county.
City, so it can be farms or anybody that lives over the hill as well?
That's how it's currently defined.
Okay.
Could we, is it possible to use specific zip codes and have a weighted system, like 94019, 94021, as the system of preference, and have increasing preference for the 3 zip codes that immediately surround Half Moon Bay? Is that something we can do?
Looks like the applicant has a thought on that.
If I may answer, I think that's definitely possible for us to evaluate. And if you, I think, we have now 2 commissioners or 3 commissioners asking us to look at that, we would be happy to look at that. Again, we want to make sure that we're complying with fair housing, so that's why I can't make a definitive statement to yes, but we can certainly look at that because we do have experience in other localities where we have some sort of radius defined.
Great, thank you.
I have another question. So can you put a local preference based on percentages of the total population of the total units? I know this is something in Napa County has been done for farm workers, not senior farm workers. And there was some evaluation that was done there that they could use a percentage of a local preference for farm workers in a certain location. So I'm wondering if you can just look into that and figure out whether you could have a percentages based on local preference, meaning Half Moon Bay first, and the jurisdiction farms that are surrounding Half Moon Bay adjacent.
Okay, yeah, we can look into that.
Yes, and I also want to note that the local preference would be included in the city's regulatory agreement that would then be recorded on the property. And the city would be able to include outlines of those, or the agreement that we determine for how the tenant and marketing selection and process would work in further detail.
And when you mean the regulatory agreement, you mean the disposition development lease agreement, or is there some other regulatory
Yes, the
agreement?
form of regulatory agreement that we would have with the city.
Could you, that's new to me. Can you explain, please?
I think you are referring to the DDLA, which is the Development Disposition and Loan Agreement.
There were other questions that were asked. Do you want us to try to address some of those, or?
Do you have more questions?
Do you want me to restate them, or can you,
Well,
did you
I think
take
Kelly was
notes?
furiously taking
Okay.
notes, so let me. Yeah, you wanna-
Okay, so I think we answered your question about occupancy. Would it be helpful to provide a visual of the square footage of the different spaces in the building so that you can visually see what the difference between the Farm Worker Resource Center, the offices are, and
Sure, post
the
that, that'll be
community
fine.
spaces?
That'll
Okay.
help.
So, do you have our slide deck? Yeah, if you could go to slide 20, then we could go over the spatial spaces. Yeah, great, we can start there.
See, this one looks like it's 2,800 square feet. Not 2,650 and not 2,050. Yeah, no, it's 28.
I think there's a distinction when you measure from outside wall to outside wall versus inside.
You're saying that's 150 square feet difference?
I'm saying the plans that were provided have an interior dimension for the Farm Worker Resource Center of 2,658 square feet.
So why does this one have 2,800?
Because it's this Rick Williams with Van Meter Williams Pollock Architects, there's net and gross. And so when you take into effect all the walls, perimeter of the building, and the perimeter walls, you get a little bit larger number. When you deduct all of it and you're doing net for what you refer to as occupancy, then you get a smaller number. But when you ask how many square feet are in a building, we account for all of the building.
Thank you very much.
So what you're seeing up there is a series of offices for the Farm Worker Resource Center, and those offices are for people that work some in the office at all times, and some of them go out into the field. And most of the practice is happening out in the field. We do have a multi-purpose room with storage, and they occasionally will have, and it's not an event like a party or something, but it's more of, they'll have a group of farm workers come in and they'll have an educational class or something such as that. And so that's actually a fairly small room, it's like 15 by 20, 25. And then also they have a kitchen there, not just to support the multi-purpose, but they can actually provide food that has to be done in a commercial kitchen, and they can bring that out to various farm worker locations. So this is the center, the resource center, but much of the activity and interface with the farm workers is not here, but is out at the various farms in the surrounding community.
So, sorry. But it looks like, so the offices are about 1,300 square feet, and the kitchen and multi-purpose room, which is the event center from the previous meeting, that's about 1,300, right? It's roughly half,
But it's not an event center. It is a resource center. And then there's the residential management offices, and that is for the housing, and that is Mercy's management facility. And that is for when they do leasing, individual leases and stuff. And they also have to maintain, because of all of the annual recertifications, et cetera, they have a lot of paperwork on site that they have to keep on site for every resident. And so they have a lot of both office space and storage space. And it's a small office, and they occasionally have service providers that come in there as well. Yeah, if you can go to the next floor. Next slide.
So back 1 second, because
That's for the residents. That blue is for the residential portion of the building.
so back on this, the offices for Alas, you're saying that, so these are like 9 or 10 offices for Alas, and then the other half of this is this kitchen and multi-purpose
There's a
room.
conference room, so they can have meetings. There's,
Okay.
multiple offices, there's storage space, there's a little workshop kitchen area. They have, copiers and things like that, and storage for paperwork, because they also have case management that they have to maintain.
So in the first version, the one that was 600 square feet smaller, was the kitchen and multipurpose room the same size, or did the offices just get bigger?
I think it proportionally was the same. So it was
Just
slightly
grew.
larger.
Okay.
But remember, this is also includes walls and things like that versus a net number. So when we do a net number and you take out all the walls, the space becomes smaller.
Oh, I know, it's not 2,800, right. No, it's 2,650. I got that, the new one.
And then the residential management offices is for Mercy and Mercy staff, and it's separate, and it supports the entire building, but it also supports the residents above. And now if you can go to the next slide.
Yeah, thank you.
So on this slide, on the second floor in the courtyard level, there's a courtyard for the residents, and there can be agreements where occasionally ALAS might be able to use it on occasion, but generally speaking, it's a residential courtyard open space on the second floor. There's a laundry room, which is for the residents. So they have a laundry facility that has washers and dryers, et cetera, there that connects to the courtyard. And then a community room. Again, this community room is so they can have meetings for all the residents. They can also have the residents can have their birthday party there or something like that. And they have a small, typically residential kitchen, not a commercial kitchen, that they can warm things up and keep drinks cool, but it's not a big production kitchen. It's like a residential kitchen, and actually usually a little bit smaller. And then they have a storage space so they can put the tables and chairs in storage at times and bring them out, et cetera. But that is really the residential space. It's not an ALAS space. That is that's also a mandated space for tax credit criteria. So that is a required space.
But if Alas is going to use the courtyard, how can you keep them out of the?
They don't have primary use of the courtyard. I think it was just if for some reason there was a case management situation where they were helping assist with services in the building, they would have access to some of these as well. But it would really be on a case-by-case basis if they were helping with specific services.
So this might be a joint event by request, if there was something happening on the balcony.
Yeah, if there was it wouldn't be really for an event. It would be more so if there was a meeting or something that maybe it was suitable to have in an outdoor space with a small group of people that ALAS was helping to provide some of those services for. As we had talked about last meeting, we are working with ALAS. So Mercy is the lead service provider for the services and property management of the building, but ALAS is providing a portion of those services. So there would be an opportunity, and ALAS, and when I say ALAS, their staff would be coming into the building to help perform certain case management or services to our residents, in which case their staff would have access to some of these spaces. That's it. The majority of the uses, the Farm Worker Resource Center and what ALAS does in their programming would be done on the ground floor. And I would like to bring them up to clarify what that use of that resource center is and there were some questions about what they do as an organization for, I believe you had mentioned family and services versus what we are doing in the Farm Worker Center. And I'd like them to provide some
But before we switch gears, can we just go through this a little bit more? I'm wrapping my head around the idea that there's a tenant in the building who has limited access to this deck. This deck would be primarily for, if Alas is using it, it would be for primarily for services for folks who live in the building.
Right, so we would enter into a separate services agreement. So they will be operating within the building in two capacities, as a tenant of the ground floor, and then also as a service provider for the residential care of the unit, of the residents in the building. Those would be explicitly two different contracts, but the use of that space is consistent on us having a co-location of those services and our staffing plan that they are in the building.
But you're going to have a delineated or a distinction, a clear distinction, like this is the housing space.
Yes.
This isn't, got it, understood. Yes. Okay, that's super helpful. The commercial kitchen downstairs, is that something where you could use it to host an event if you wanted to, but you'd have to request Alas's permission to use their kitchen?
By us, do you mean Mercy? Yes, we would
Mercy.
request to use their services as they are a tenant of the building.
Okay.
And would have to coordinate that use with them. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I have a clarification about the kitchen use in the commercial kitchen. So where is, and maybe this is a question for Alas, where is food preparation taking place today for the farm workers that you prepare foods for?
I'd like to bring them up and they can answer your questions around the use of the Farm Worker Resource Center.
Thank you for your question. My name is Kike Bazan. I work for Alas. Very quickly, what we are planning on doing with the Resource Center is the services as mental health, formation, cultural arts, crisis support, and healthcare referrals. And just to put as an example, when the flooding happened over a year ago, when the shooting happened, a lot of families were displaced from their homes and ended up in hotels. They don't have kitchens, so we had to improvise a kitchen in our garage to cook meals and send them breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And we have volunteers organizing that. The kitchen will help us for that. In moments of crisis, to respond to the needs of the community that cannot afford going to a restaurant to have a meal. The other thing is the formation. We have a lot of families that cook very well. And we wanna teach the custom classic meals that people bring from their own countries or from their own cultures to teach other members of the community. So it's a formation. The kitchen is mainly for formation and crisis support. And do you want to say something else? Also, there was a question about I think the office space. So why this big space for just two people? We try to create community, bring people together, and we do have different groups of men farm workers, women farm workers, and we bring them 10, 15 at a time, and we do different trainings, including ESL classes, also how to deal with problems, how to deal with issues that they have among each other. The private offices, because of the mental health and issues that happen with each of them, we do not that privacy, and we do have partners also from the county that come and need our spaces to provide health insurance for the people that we serve. And they need privacy. Right now, what they do, they use different spaces that are not private, and when people have to talk about their medical issues or things, it's not ideal.
I think really important to share that Alas is really rooted in mental health. So we need private spaces for mental health, but we also very concerned about our seniors with medical. So when we've gone out into the fields, that's one of the biggest issues that we've seen. They have not had medical services, and insurance is a big thing, but we're really lucky and excited because in this space, we're going to be bringing community partners that can come and bring these services. So this resource center is not just about ALAs. It's about community partnerships. It's about the county services. It's about medical services. And it's about really creating and embedding a strong wellness component for those that live there for sure. The kitchen, when you think about what brings community, what brings them to the table to eat, like we envision that the residents can come and have meals. When you think about healthy, nutritious meals for our seniors, we know at other senior centers, they do meals every day. We imagine that for them too, being able to do meals, have them come down, have them engaged in lunch and dinners. So it's about building community. We don't want this center to be that they're isolated in their rooms. This Farm Worker Resource Center is about having them come down and have participation and be active. Using computers. We started a recent computer technology class, and folks that are seniors are participating, and they're saying we want to learn more. We want them to have nutritious meals. We want them to have mental health. And a really beautiful example of one of the recent projects at ALAS that we want to duplicate here at the center is a project called Corazones de Oro. It's run by one of our leaders, Ceci. We started with 5 seniors, Latino seniors coming. We have 30, and each time we're adding more. And what we do with them is arts, we do singing, we do food, we do community, we do storytelling, we do exercise. So this is the dream of the Farm Worker Center. It's not to just be an office site where, you know, people give a resource. It's to create a healthy model for those that live there.
I think that's that's a fantastic mission, and I really applaud the work that ALAS does. And I want to make sure that you understand that the questions we're asking are not about the importance of these services. We're trying to understand the land use. That's where we're going. If you accomplish this mission, like, how busy do you expect these offices to be? Like, are you going to have these be 50% occupancy during the course of a day? Or are you going to be, like, help me understand, because I've heard different things, and we're trying to understand the utilization of the space. And it sounds like, look, it's an important mission, but if the mission is 13 rooms, we're going to be operating a soup kitchen 7 days a week. You haven't said that. I'm making a statement. I'm just drawing the conclusion from what I've heard. You're providing meals for people who aren't just the 40 people here, but people who would love some of the delicious cooking that ALAS provides. Like, help me understand the utilization of this space. What's going to be happening here?
So again, our primary work is going out into the field, Rick. We have the bus that we brought today. People can see it. We go out into the community. We're going out into the farms. Our vision of this center will be primarily to work with those that are there. If you think about our seniors and our senior farm workers and the 100 and something people that live there, when I talk about meals and lunches, I'm talking about primarily them. There could be some off special meals in other scenarios, but we're talking about right now what I was saying was primarily for the people there. We're here to use all our creativity to take the work out into the farms, because this is what we're saying. Farm workers do not get to go out after work to other centers in many ways because they're exhausted. When the services come to them, where they live, so again, out in the fields for those that are there, it makes a difference. We take medical out right now. We do education services with them right now out in the fields. We take food out to the fields. We take veggies, sweatshirts, supplies, resources. Mental health is going out into the fields by ALAS. So that's going to continue. This center is to also honor the farm workers that will be living on the site, the senior farm workers that need a lot of services, and let me just say, have not received services in many years, for wellness and mental health, and they've been isolated. That's why we're creating this center. We are also learning what works, and we want to be good tenants, so we're not trying to think about how we're going to have tons of events there with tons of parking issues. We want to be mindful of what you all are saying and suggesting, and think about how we're going to creatively continue to use the space without impeding on the community, impeding on space, but rather, make opportunities to thrive with our farm worker community.
So, can I ask you a question? So you don't need to convince me. So I guess I'm trying to understand. So when I look at this, what I see is that the residents have a kitchen and have a community center that's theirs for the 80 to 90 people who are there, maybe more, but for the 80 to 100 and something people who are there, they have their kitchens in their own rooms, but they also have a community center for themselves with a kitchen. And then the other part is an alas part. So all the stuff downstairs is for alas, and that's for all the services.
A portion of the stuff downstairs.
What's that?
A portion of the stuff downstairs.
It has also Mercy's.
Right. So not counting the operational part. We're talking about the resource center that you're talking about with the offices with 9 cubicles and the conference room and the industrial kitchen, the commercial kitchen. All of those things are for alas. They're not for the seniors who live there. They're for alas. And there may be some outreach to I get that most of your work is done boots on the ground out there in the community. And that there's some preparation here to do that. But it's really alas offices with an alas kitchen. The other sort of thing that I'm sort of wondering about is you keep talking about mental health and medical, and that's great for out in the fields. That's so wonderful. But here, you're across this parking lot from a county health clinic. You can get mental health, you could get everything there. So isn't that a duplication of services?
Okay, so great question. Okay. So county medical here in San Mateo County, they only take high acuity clients. So what does that mean? It means that you have a higher diagnosis, higher risk, and pretty much a higher need. So low to moderate to medium mental health, that's done by ALAS. We're the only free mental health clinic in the community, aside from the county, who is our partner and who actually gives us funding to do this work. And the reason why they give us funding is because they know that we're able to access these clients and they don't have the high psychiatric needs that they have the criteria for at the San Mateo County Mental Clinic.
So you need offices.
They do not, pretty much these tenants would not qualify for their mental health services. They qualify for ALAS.
For their medical services, that's what we were talking about. For the
Yeah.
medical medical
You said
services.
mental health, so I'm addressing mental health first. For medical, we do see that there's a long wait, so sometimes be 4 months. So the great news is that we have community partners that come out and do blood pressure checks. They do lower level kind of assessment for health while they're waiting to get their medical. So there's a big wait list at our county clinics, and that's a known fact. And it's not that they're not trying, it's just that the demand, right? So we have blood pressure checks, we do diabetic education, we do, just kind of an overall, how are they doing? So, for example, we have what we call the street and field medicine team coming out from the county, and they come out to ALAS and try to meet with the farm workers to do triage and assess and make sure that they're getting care. So there's a lot of resources that go into caring for the farm workers, and I would like to clarify that this resource center is for the tenants that are there. The center is to provide much needed resources and take them out of isolation and really try to care for their health and their wellness. So the second floor, what we understand very clearly, is home for the tenants, the second, third, and above. That's their safe space. That's their community. We as case managers and maybe crisis responders, may be at times called to go in and support a tenant in crisis with the partnership with Mercy. But that is separate. We're not having access to going up and down, in and out, all the residential area. Our area is the first floor, which is dedicated for the senior farm workers as a priority. I wish I could go through the list of each senior that I work with and kind of explain all the services that they need. It's not just about, checking on them. It's about creating a community space.
No, we appreciate that. Where does the mental health and medical health services you provide start and stop, and where does the work that Mercy provides stop? Because Mercy also provides these services to the residents of the building. In fact, it's my understanding that you provide those types of wraparound services. Because there's a lot of office space in this building dedicated to the services that Mercy provides to the residents who live there.
So, excuse me. I wasn't prepared to speak. We have in many of our properties co-location with a service provider, and you are correct. But our services program is focused on connecting our residents with the services in the community. So we are not duplicating, because that is just a waste of money, right? And so we have a resident services coordinator, whatever our title is today, for that person who's responsible to check in with residents to see what the needs are, to do the needs assessment, and then plug them in to all, especially, for example, in Half Moon Bay, where there are many resources, not just ALAS, where there are many resources so that they can connect them. Many low-income seniors particularly aren't that aware of what's available in the community. Many of us are more adept at that. And what we find is in our populations, just the help to, here's the resources you could look to, here are the connections you can find, and then to have them downstairs would be a bit of a dream, and so we're excited about that. But does that answer your question? So our resident services person's job is to connect people to the resources in the community, not to provide those resources. We don't do case management in this property, and some we do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, this is super helpful. So, and I apologize if I'm coming across
no,
as a cross-examination here.
I love clarifying. I'm an old teacher.
Lots of people are asking questions. Why is there so much office space here? And so it's just, we're trying to understand how is this being used? Because if I look at set aside what you've deemed necessary to manage the building. No question about that. That's the standard. You guys do it everywhere. That makes sense. It's logical. I look at the diagram of the building, and there's parking, and there are 3 sets of office spaces on the first floor.
For Mercy side?
Yeah, so there's a Mercy, and I'm trying to just understand how much of that is maintenance, and how much of that is actually just office space for other stuff, because it looks like that brown segment was a big chunk of office space. Help me understand what that is and what's going on there.
We could. I'll let somebody get more specific.
Maybe we could have them pull up the plan. It would be helpful. And it's just, what is this? Please help us. And how's it going to be used?
Okay, so we have the resident management offices. That's
we
what.
Can't see it. Sorry.
Can you
There we
see
go.
it? No, we can't. Okay. So the resident management offices, and I'm going to try to read these from here. We have 2 office spaces, and then a conference room, and then a copy room, and then it looks like a use room. So those are our Mercy staff offices. So our on-site management offices, and where Amy was just explaining that the services on-site coordinator that is a Mercy employee. They would be housed in those residential management offices. The brown space
Sorry, where it says residential management offices, you have where the cursor is right now next to the elevator. So these are the spaces that you need to manage the building.
Yes.
Okay. And this stuff, the white space over here is where Alice is going to do their program work. What is this big blue chunk of space over here, on the light blue chunk of space?
That's the Farm Worker Resource Center.
So what's the brown then?
That's utilities.
Got
So
it.
that's all the trash and.
And so is there an office space? Somebody's doing the wraparound services. This person who works for Mercy's in the slate gray space?
Is in the gray residential management offices, yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I just want to clarify, when you say wraparound services, the Mercy person is not doing wraparound services, okay. Sorry. Don't mean to beat you over.
I'm sure some people would, but it's a function of my particular ADHD where I use the wrong word sometimes.
Okay, I think Commissioner Joannis has some questions.
Yes, this is going back to the meals and preparation of the meals in the kitchen. So is the plan to have prepared meals available, 3 meals a day available to the residents in that area? Because you did mention daily, so when I think of daily and I think of meal preparations daily, it's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it's just to clarify what you meant. And you also mentioned that kitchen is to service the residents that are living there, to come down for their daily meals, and so I was just wondering, I've been to many senior centers, and they do have this daily meal service, and they have, several ways of offering it. And they have a commercial kitchen, and they also have, professional food preparing service preparers that come in. They contract out for that service, and they have health permits. So I was just trying to grasp, what does this mean? Is this not to that level, or is it lesser than that level? What does that mean?
I'm going to clarify one thing, and then let Linda speak to the kitchen use. The 40 units are still classified as independent living. So
Okay.
it is not assisted living. It is not integrated assistance into those units as an assisted living senior center, which maybe you're thinking of an assisted living center. This is still independent living. And the services and programs that are provided on the ground floor in the ALAS Resource Center support those residents and farm workers. And then she can speak to the kitchen use.
Thank you. For the kitchen, I think it's something that we're going to find out as we develop it. We don't have this program now, so it's definitely something that'll be in the works. Our vision is to be able to care for them in different ways. I don't know that we have funding for 3 meals a day. Right now, I could say no to that, right? Our hope is that we can offer breakfast maybe, or coffee or drinks for them to come down during the day. The idea is to get them out into community, to be able to have them thrive together, to get out of isolation, to be able to move, to be able to we have so many, different opportunities in the way that you use food as a centering of community. So I think it's a vision left to be said and to figure out that we don't have full clarity, not to be vague, but as of funding, we don't have that right now for that, but it's a vision that we have. And I think I would just say that the focus we have is on nutrition. Also having them to be able to come and make meals together, not just about us. We have amazing chefs in this community, women that cook together. What we see is when they come down and prepare food together, to have community meals that they can share in storytelling and cooking together and being together and remembering home. This is the way that we envision this place to be.
Thank you. And I understand trying to get the seniors out in the community doing things is oh my gosh, a very important issue. Mentally, I want to get out of my house every day and do things community-wise. I'm wondering if the kitchen is absolutely necessary, or can you take them somewhere so that they're out of the complex? Because to me, it's a little bit, you're still in that complex, I don't know how that would work, and because if that space can be utilized someplace else, by taking the seniors away from their surroundings that are constant to someplace else, wouldn't that be a better mental health
No,
program,
because
okay.
that's one of the challenges we have right now. We don't have a community kitchen in this community except for Ted Adcock. And while the city is very gracious to sometimes like be able to let us use it, there's a lot happening here. And so the use of having a kitchen means people can come together and eat together. We can have healthy food made. As you know, prices of going to a restaurant is extremely high. And so being able to take them out to do, you know, restaurant food this is what we're trying to do, is have healthy meals for them and to have a consistency. And so having this community kitchen, it builds not only consistency, it builds health, but it also builds entrepreneurship, that they're able to come down, they're able to cook for themselves, they're able to create, and we're able to have community programming in the evenings that could consist of having healthy snacks, healthy meals that we can prepare there on site.
My question was only because there are, you know, in addition to the Ted Adcock Center, there's also, I guess, a kitchen next door at the facility that the church operates. And then there's also the IDES halls. There's two different places where the Portuguese Cultural Center, the IDS halls also have kitchens. I'm wondering if that was ever in your thought process to perhaps utilize those areas for exactly what you're saying, is get that community together, get them out of their homes, having it be, you know, it's a nice walk, getting the exercise to these areas. It's just a thought that I had, and I was wondering if that was something that you considered.
Absolutely. As a member of Our Lady of the Pillar, we would love to use the Bell Building. We used the Bell Building before when we had our Ballet Folklorico, and unfortunately and fortunately, the church is so busy. They have all their events that are happening all the time. I don't think it's pretty much ever empty, and even when we tried to use it before to make warm meals for kids, it wasn't accessible. So we already have a lot of familiarity with trying to use a church, and definitely we also have a relationship with the IDS, and that is a lot of deposits and funding and time and parties that they have there. So you can't, if we want to have a group every week and a meal every week and doing groups, it's not feasible.
So is your use case a meal a week?
No, I'm just saying, even if you just had at the very minimum one meal a week, I'm just giving an example.
Is your plan to have it 7 days a week?
Our plan is to be able to look at what is best for the community once we're in there, what they need. I think right now I can tell you that with every event that we have for Alas, we try to provide food for the community because they come to our events. Many of them are coming from work. They're hungry. They need to be fed. But at the same time, just like all of us know, food is joy. And food builds community, and it brings people out. And like a comment was made that we were a tamale party on next door, but I'm gonna tell everyone that I know you're gonna miss the tamales today because they're not here, right? It's that thing that brings a lot of fun. It brings celebration. So that's what we're about.
So I'm trying to create clarity around how much you're going to use the space, and you're not actually, the answer I'm hearing is
Every day.
We don't. Oh, every day?
Every day.
Every single day you're going to
Every
use
single
it?
day we will be making some type of food, whether it's breakfast, whether it's a lunch,
And are
whether
you
it's
going
a
to do
snack.
that 3 times a day, or are you going to do it 1 time a day?
I can't really say that, Rick, because we haven't been in this space to see, but our goal would be at least a couple times a day, whether it's for groups and then in the morning a breakfast, or maybe we decide, hey, let's do tamale lunches. Like, we're there to be creative and use a kitchen. This is one of our dreams that we've had. Every time we're at Alas and we do our programming, we see that food is needed. So I would say we're going to use a kitchen just as much as we can to make meals happen every day. I can't say if they're 3 days a week, 3 meals a day, but
So
definitely every day.
Once or twice a day, 7 days a week would be your goal.
I would say that.
Okay, and when you do an event, is it for 5 people, 50 people, 100 people? I mean, the plan is not just the 100 people in the building. It's, you're going to do other stuff, right? I mean, I'm just trying to create clarity around the use case because this is an important thing, and there are other considerations that aren't necessarily Alas's responsibility or Mercy's responsibility, okay? The things that the city may need to do or we may need to have conversation around because the community doesn't expect us to turn a blind eye to the use pattern. We're trying to understand it so that we can plan. It's not about the quality of the mission, it's the number of events that are happening and the frequency. So what I've heard is something that sounds like 20 to 60 people, 7 days a week. Is that about?
And when I say that, predominantly I'm talking about those that live there. So they're coming from the residents that are there, which means they're already there.
For people who already have their own kitchens and it's not assisted living? Okay.
Yeah, because people have their own kitchens right now and they still come to Allah's and eat. And it becomes a really part of cultural celebration. And that's no disrespect. It happens every day at Allah's.
But he's saying they have a community room and a kitchen already. Like that's where they would go. They would go to their kitchen in their community room.
And I'll just say
as well as their own kitchen.
Just to close, I will say, I think the goal of Allah's and the group that we're doing is to create an opportunity to celebrate them every day. That celebration looks like a team that is wrapping services around, that is welcoming them with a warm meal, welcoming them with food, and they're not alone. So maybe they will choose to come out of their apartment because they're sitting there alone to come and be part of the Allah services. And I can't say enough about how our senior program right now is benefiting from that. I can just go by what I'm seeing.
Thank you, Belinda.
Thank you, Belinda. I would just add one piece that's a little some of the questions about more the senior housing and senior services and senior foods. Mercy has a number of properties where there is a co-located senior center or a senior adult day health care. In 1995, we were the first ones that had agreed, to make adult day health care in the ground floor make sense of a 92-unit senior so they could go downstairs and get the services. And what Belinda is describing is quite universal, actually, in terms of people having their own independent apartment and then wanting to go downstairs and have lunch or dinner with people, depending on what's offered. You know, as you know, Senior Coastside has a senior center and adult day, so the model is kind of quite well established along those lines. But I get your point in terms of usage. I'm not questioning that, but I just want to say kind of the bigger picture on the model of senior services.
Yeah, that's actually super helpful. So let me clarify. In your experience, running other facilities that have a similar type of configuration, where there's a first floor set of services, you find it to be credible and consistent that the majority of those services are offered for the people who live in the building?
Actually, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Actually, yes, yeah.
So, sorry, I don't want to keep going with this because we have other stuff to talk about. But so, you know, you're talking about it's a successful model here, but here is where it is. This is here. Like the Ted Adcock Center has adult daycare and has a senior center and has gathering places. But that's like next door.
I know, and I was not clear, and I should have been. I meant our Mercy Housing senior facility down Main Street. That's on the second and third floor of Senior Coastsiders Senior Center and then the Adult Day Health.
All right,
so
thank
it's just that close, but it's not here.
Okay, thank you.
And something I like to say, just so you know the current patterns of Allah's, we see around 175 farm workers average per month that come to our services. When people need help, we refer them, but if it's a complex issue, it's around 3 visits that they have. We also we right now provide food to the farms on Fridays. We go and visit the farm workers on Fridays to bring lunch, and it's an opportunity for us to check in about what services they need also in those moments. There are also different groups, like the men's group and the women's group, and now we also have La Mesa. La Mesa is the table, but it's basically where we bring farm workers with different members of the community so they can get to know each other and our staff serve the food. So I'm just saying that so you have an idea of what patterns we have right now. And there are groups, and our groups is usually around 15 people, but the Corazones de Oro, which is very popular, is growing and growing, so we'll see how that goes. But when we organize the events, it's usually around 15 people.
And today, are you going to move these services from where they're happening today to this building, or are you going to keep doing them where you're doing them today?
No, so what happens, we use whatever building is available in order to do that. Even La Mesa, sometimes we have done it outside in the patio, so it will be very useful to have this place.
So the expectation would be you'd be moving those services, some of those services to this location?
Yeah.
Great, and thank you.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back 8:45. Thank you. And if everyone could turn off their mic. from our break. We'd like to call the meeting back to order. And at this time, I would like to ask any of my fellow commissioners if you have more clarifying questions. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Gorin.
So I know we need to start deliberations because we're running out of time. I don't want to run out of time.
Okay.
So if I could get there's just a question that didn't get answered, which is affordable housing tax credit. I don't know your name. The affordable tax, Amy, thank you. So, the governor is going to cut it. So I want to, it's going to be,
I can explain them,
I don't want to know.
exactly.
No.
And so
What I wanted,
we
because
need-
you explained
Wait.
before,
Let him ask the question.
but I just want to know, I know you're just going to reassure me, but I need
I'm not.
reassurance.
I'm buying time until Ramey comes back because I don't have your answer.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't want to waste your
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
Can you please restate the question?
Yes, please. So the question I had before is about the affordable housing tax credit, which is a big part of the financing for this project. And so I said, I'm imagining you're going to reassure me, but I want reassurance. Yes, you.
Is that what you're waiting?
Like Ramey.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm David. So just reassure me
Yes.
that your
So the
financing is
good
not going to
news-
fall apart.
Yeah, so the good news is that the low-income housing tax credit program
Mhm.
is not funded by the state. It's administered by the state, but the actual money doesn't come from state coffers. It's a federal
Okay.
source.
Oh, good. Yay. Thank you.
It was so funny because when I was out there, I'm like, oh, we forgot to address the question. About so
Okay. Thank you. So the other question that didn't get answered that I think maybe is deliberation, I don't know, but I raised this question about the ENA and sort of how this project was different with the first ENA and how the council approved this first negotiating agreement. And I wondered about the second ENA. And so maybe I didn't state it right because you told me that there is no second ENA, but there is an amendment, a second amendment to the ENA, which is what I was asking about, which is there's a second ENA. And the second ENA is different from the first ENA. And the first ENA was done with city council approval. The second ENA is not. So explain, please, because that's done by city staff. Tell me what
Can I
that's
add to
about.
that? To that thought, is the original ENA had a development financial pro forma that was attached to a city staff report, and that I believe was in June of 2023. And actually it was June 30th, I think. Well, it's June 2023. And in that development financial pro forma, city council had been informed that there would be 31 studio apartments and 8 one-bedroom, and then one manager's unit. And so that was the action where city council enabled the staff to engage in this exclusive negotiation agreement. So I just want to know, had a new development financial pro forma been submitted to city council? And did they have a chance to weigh in on that?
I'm wondering if Matthew might, if we give him a little minute here, be able to respond. I don't advise the city council, and I'm not involved in those negotiations, which are sort of separate from this process, but I see him looking things up, so maybe we could put a pin in that question as well and invite Matthew up when he's ready to respond.
I have a question that's a very different, unless you want to continue with the E&A. Oh, well, Matthew's looking at that. Maybe it's an engineering question about staging for the project. Where will staging occur?
I can just take a stab. Actually, Rick, the architect, might want to talk about that.
So currently, we don't have a contractor on board, and they help working on the construction staging. But on those plans, we generally locate where there's going to be a office facility, just a few offices. Sometimes they place it on site. Then they place it possibly on the street in front. They work out when they might need a crane location and for how long, whether it's on the site or directly adjacent to the site. They'll do all of that and work with us on it, and work with the team, and work with the city, and work with the city Public Works Department to make sure, because they have to get permits for all of those aspects of it. They also have conditions generally where we have to have traffic management, and they'll have to have flag people at the site at particular times, and truck loading and where the trucks come from, so they maybe don't go through Main Street, but they come from the highway. And all of those items will be worked out as we get further into the construction sequencing with the contractor when they're selected. But these are worked out with the city and with city staff and with Public Works and Engineering Department and all of those things. And they require permits to achieve all of those.
Thank you.
And would you mind repeating the question, just so I can be sure I answer?
Oh,
Well, maybe Commissioner Gorin will ask, and then,
well, so there was a first DNA in October, apparently, right, October? So there was a exclusive negotiating agreement signed in October that the city council approved.
Correct.
So there's a second DNA signed in April that doesn't look like the city council approved. So that's what I'm asking. She has a more complicated question, but that's my question.
So I'll answer that question first,
Okay.
and then we can jump to yours.
Okay.
So in October of 2022, council directed staff to
2023,
enter into the ENA, the original exclusive negotiations agreement. In June of 2023, the council authorized us to enter into the amended, extended exclusive negotiations agreement. In April of this year, as part of that extended, as part of the original ENA, there was an administrative to extend the term further. That's what happened in April. So the council authorized the original document, the extension in June of 2023, and then in those documents, it gave me authority to extend it further, which took place in April of this year.
Okay, so the changes are significant. I mean, the changes are, you know, I can't remember what, 37 studios to basically all 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. And so that seems like a large ask, a large change to not run by the council.
and for clarity's sake, because I have the copy of the pro forma in front of me, there were 31 studios, 8 one-bedroom units, and 1 manager's unit, for a total of 40 units. And that pro forma was attached to the June 3rd, 2023 staff report. I think it was attachment number 2.
That's correct.
And that is what city council enabled when they gave direction for you to enter or enable the ENA. That's what they were, in terms of the scope of the project, they understood it to be that configuration within the 4-story building. And so my question is, has a new development financial pro forma consistent with council direction been submitted to you, and did city council weigh in on that?
The council hasn't officially weighed in on any of the revised pro formas since that time. It's been an evolution, correct. So the next time the council would weigh in on that would be in the negotiation of the DDLA agreement.
Okay,
Oh, okay,
thank you.
thank you.
So, oh, go ahead.
Yes, so June 20th, 2023, the staff agenda report stated that there was going to be 40 units, and then city council provided, there was a resolution associated with that that included 40 units as part of it. And then in June 28th, 2023, the ENA was executed, and it extended the term of the ENA to May 3rd. And in October 2023, the Planning Commission, no, sorry, the city received an application for the PDP, for the building permit and the coastal development permit, and it, with the 5-story, 40-unit affordable housing. So the city council does not know that the application has a PDP for a 5-story, 40-unit affordable housing? Is a question.
The city council is aware of the current proposal. They've seen the plans. They've been briefed on the plans.
Oh, so, oh, okay, so did they know about it? Okay, at this point, they know about it. At this point in time, they know about it.
Correct.
Well, everybody knows about it.
They were briefed before
Okay.
we got to these hearings,
Okay.
yes.
Oh, okay,
That is correct.
okay, thanks.
So I guess my point is that they didn't approve it, that's all. So can we start deliberations? Can we do that? So,
Of course.
so 100% affordable housing is amazing. It's like, it's what the city council has asked for. It's what they approved. I think that's great. And I do have concerns. I do think that we should put conditions of approval on this. I think that if the city council hasn't approved 5 stories and a bunch of other 1-bedrooms and a bunch of other office space, and that, you know, I have a hard time with that. So I would say approve, but using the original RFQ, using the original ENA, and if the council wants to change it, they can change it, because they'll get the whole thing. They'll get the whole thing presented to them. But, you know, I feel uncomfortable saying yes to 5 stories when it is obviously the largest building in Half Moon Bay, and it doesn't need to be. So the original was 4 stories. It was almost all studios. It was less of a conference center, event center, whatever, not resource center. So I also, there's one other thing that I would attach, and that is, I know Alas needs office space. I get it. They're expanding. They're like the nonprofit of the year. They need more office space. But I have a hard time saying yes to office space in a 100% affordable housing complex. 100% affordable housing means 100% affordable housing. I see that Mercy needs space to operate. Great, like space to operate. That didn't look like very much space. But I think the huge space, which in my opinion is duplicated in places like the Ted Adcock Center, the clinic, Alasa's own space, whatever. It kind of doesn't matter because I know they need the space, but I don't see why we have to build another story to get that space, because the housing is the important part. That's what the city council approved. That's what they wanted. That's what they asked for. That's what the RFQ was for. Like, you know, I would have a condition of approval that it be 100% affordable housing, because that's what the request was for. And that would get us down to 4 stories.
Through the chair.
So, I'm done.
Commissioner Ruddick.
Yeah,
I hear your concerns, Commissioner Gorn. I strongly suspect that we don't have the flexibility to change the project in the profound ways you're talking about. I mean, despite the very far-ranging and fascinating discussions of the last 3 weeks, the Planning Commission has a really narrow lane on this. We have a really specific job that we're charged with doing, and I think explicitly we have to look at the project as it's been presented to us and determine if it's exempt from CEQA based on the findings that staff has shared with us, and if the project is consistent with the Coastal Act and the city's general plan and LCP. So I understand the motivation, but I think we've got to face up to our responsibility to deal with the proposed project at hand.
Well, I mean, the Coastal Act, one of the provisions that we talked about is this gateway to the community. And if you have a 4-story gateway to the community, it's a little less obtrusive than a 5-story. And since 4 stories is what the original project was, and it was originally approved by the council, I think there's really, to me, no question that that's the proposal that needs to be submitted to the council for approval. And to say that, you know, as a planning commission, we would approve a 4-story, but not a 5-story. I mean, that seems kind of almost a given to me. So the Alas space, I could see, we haven't talked about. And, you know, I don't want to, I obviously love the group. They need the office space. But if the building itself is going to be 5 stories because of it, then I don't want to do that. So, yeah.
Well, if I can rebut you gently again, you know that the state law would prohibit us from placing limits on the building height.
But we can send it back to council as the original ENA and the original RFQ, and not as this.
And we wouldn't be saying no to the project. He's not suggesting that we deny the project.
Well, I would go ahead, Commissioner Giles.
Go right.
No, I was just going to say I'd welcome staff and the city attorney's
But I would
advice.
but before that, I'd like to hear from the commission before we get to staff.
I'd like to hear evidence that there's some standard for what a major transit stop is, because it's applicable to the project, and it's not applicable to the height, but it's applicable to the project itself. If there is any evidence that there's a standardized definition, major bus route, sorry, not major transit stop. I know I've seen the definition of major transit stop, but if there's some standard that says microtransit is included in it, that would be helpful to understand. But that said, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm more concerned about combining a lot line adjustment with this project, and using the CEQA 32 for an infill project. This seems to me that this is an unusual lot line adjustment. It's not the norm for this town. It's, you know, or what the city has approved for before. We've always approved infill projects for, you know, lower density or a single family. So this is very unusual, and I haven't heard anything from the city staff talking about the exceptions to the CEQA 32 condition. And so to me, combining a lot line adjustment with this project is not appropriate. That should be a separate item, and it should be considered for its possibility of a significant effect due to an unusual circumstance. I mean, it is not the norm. And to me, I think we're switching zones, we're combining everything in one thing without any effect on measuring the effect on the land use plan. And so that's concerning to me. So as far as the CEQA 932 compliance, I understand why it's been asked, but there are also exceptions to the exemption, and we need to understand that better.
Can I, so I heard a number of things there. One of them is the change of land use designation, I think is one of the things that came up. Okay, so the original explanations in the staff report I found deficient, and I spent a lot of time trying to understand this. And so you may have missed my third question on this, but here's how I will translate what happened. In this document, in Appendix A, and for those of you who are at home, here's what we do in Half Moon Bay when you're really a nerd. In Appendix A, there is a explanation that we are changing the land designation of 555 Kelly to, I'm going to get it wrong, but public facilities. There's a plan to change it to public facilities as a planning area, and there is in the certified LCP a plan to move that particular land designation. The anticipated zoning is public services, I believe, or it's PS, so whatever that is. So that's, I actually don't think that, it is unusual, and the explanation we got was deficient, but I'm actually confident that that part is consistent. The change of the land use designation is consistent with the LCP. I think we'd be, I feel confident that it's covered. And I don't think it's that unusual, and maybe city staff has an opinion.
So, and that might be fine, but there is an unusual circumstance that prompted CEQA not to be enforced, but there's an exception to that because this infill lot has now created a lot of other issues regarding circulation, parking, all of that stuff would have been looked at.
Well, parking wouldn't have been looked at under CEQA, but traffic would. So if traffic is the concern, let's talk about traffic for CEQA. Let's dig into it.
And safety is the other issue.
And let's talk, I'd like to tackle safety and maybe have a broader discussion here, because when we approved the gym, there were already known issues with the crosswalk. And the staff report talks about a known concern, I'll call it. I may not remember the exact word, but there are issues that have been observed and seen. This evening, we saw some of those types of things with the congestion at the intersection. At the end of the day, the city as the applicant, I think, is responsible for addressing the issue. I don't think Mercy, as the affordable housing owner, should be tagged with fixing this intersection. Right. And so is this project is there evidence that this project is going to make the situation worse or not? That's just a finding that we all have to make individually. But I think what would be helpful is if instead of us trying to cull through the evidence, which some of us have asked questions about, I don't know if your question ever got answered about what was the scope of the work that was defined for the transit study. Okay, so there's questions that haven't been answered around the scope of transit or transportation analysis that was done. At the end of the day, this intersection can support a lot of things, but I think what I would lean towards is rather than try to focus on the safety issue of CEQA here, let's assign the city responsibility to go fix it. And we can't create something that's not on the agenda, but we can make a strong recommendation to the city council as a planning commission that says, look, if you're going to do this before you get an occupancy permit, it's our strong recommendation that you fix this intersection because we've received testimony that's already unsafe. And this project may or may not have an impact, but there's other stuff that's coming that needs to be addressed. And we don't want somebody in a walker getting nailed by somebody who's upset because they had to wait in line and they missed the traffic light, right? Like, yeah, and there's been no, I saw the testimony or the statement from the city staff that said there've been no accidents at that particular intersection in 5 years that have been reported.
I'm sorry, just for the record, which intersection are you talking about?
The event center. So if we walk out this door and you go to the event center, there's a crosswalk there. So that's the specific intersection that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Kelly and Highway 1, where we know there have been traffic car on pedestrian accidents. I'm just talking about here. Supposedly, there have been no pedestrian reported incidents at that intersection from the staff report.
You're right. Perhaps it wasn't a pedestrian, but there was a car and a bicycle accident there, and somebody, perished.
Recently?
Yes, in the last year.
Oh, I didn't, that should have been in the staff report.
There was an incident there, and I think a person died.
So is this, how do you guys want to handle the safety issue? Let me just put it back to you.
Well, the project could be approved with a lot of conditions, and I have prepared a lot of conditions that I would like to see on this.
But I don't think I don't think it's appropriate for us to say of all the projects that have come before us that have been put at this intersection, the one that might arguably be the least impactful based on traditional standards that we've been presented with here is this. So it just is this project. The gym arguably created more issues, right? And but it's there. So my suggestion would be we take this as a separate item and provide feedback to city council to fix the intersection. But that's okay. If you don't want to go there, that's fine.
No, I'd rather approve this project with conditions requesting the city to conduct certain studies and not the applicant. And until those analyses are done or certain things that are done by the city government, this project will be very successful. But it depends on the city government to take charge of the issues that we're finding, because we are limited by, let's just say, the infill issue is okay. We're limited by understanding the true issues and impacts community-wide. And this is something that, had we been able to do a CEQA analysis, we would have been finding all of this and created mitigation on this. And so to me, it's important that this very important project is not placed on on a notice that they have to do anything. It's the city's responsibility. The city took charge of this. The city is leasing the land. The city requested this. So the city has to take certain responsibilities.
So again, I'm not sure how we can, I guess my question, so sticking with safety, is there a legal way for us to think about that in relation to this project? Matt's here as the representative of the city. Maybe he can weigh in on an opinion, but I don't know if we have the authority to do that. I guess that's it. But the city is, I guess, a co-applicant of the project.
No, they're not.
A co-applicant
They're
at all.
not.
Is there a legal way to handle
A lot of this, I think, could be addressed in the DDLA.
Okay. So, Winter, could you help us with this?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to weigh in. There have been a couple questions, I think, aimed towards me. Yeah, I don't think we can add a condition of approval to Mercy's CDP requiring the city to do something. You know, we did put in the staff report that the city is working on, with the neighboring users on the traffic and intersection issues. So, you know, again, I don't think we can require Mercy to, I mean, we can't require the city to do something in Mercy's CDP. That's going to be tricky. So you can make a recommendation, you can talk to Matthew about what the city's already doing.
Can we require Mercy to obtain from the city a traffic mitigation for the intersection?
What mitigation?
I don't see how that would help.
All right.
So could a condition of approval, and I'm trying to understand what you said, could a condition of approval be this, based on the completion of the city completing its safety element?
What do you want to be based on that? The approval?
Yes. Or the city can, or the HCD approving the housing element, because it's all tied to our findings, right? Or the city, or the city's completion of analysis that affect the, you know, parking, citywide parking plan, or the city adopting a parking plan. I mean, there's a lot of things the city can do that can help this project be successful.
I think what we've typically seen and what might be a more conventional approach is if you are inclined to approve the project, sometimes we will say applicant to report back with additional information after the fact. So if there's some additional information that you would want sort of an update on later, that would be something that you could request. But I don't know how we can condition approval on something that's happening in the future. That would essentially just be delaying the approval until what's happening in the future.
Okay, I understand that. However, we do have a HCD that has been specified here that is going, approval is going to happen in the future, and we still cite it as a compliance. So I don't understand the difference between not having an approved HCD and requesting for the safety element to be updated, you know, and things like that. There's a different, I mean, is there a difference? I don't know. I just don't see the thread of logic.
Yes, so we're reviewing this application based on the law as it is now. There's no need for the housing element, the new housing element, to be certified in order to approve this project.
So some of the policies that were cited did cite this project is in the HCD, and it cited it as compliant, so that confused me a little bit. So I guess we don't need to look at that and say that that is in compliance.
I'm not sure what you mean in the HCD.
Oh, I'm sorry. In one of the policies, the housing element conformance policy 2-5.
And I think we did provide some analysis of each of those policies, so I can pull that up and see and respond more fully once I have it up.
I think that's the the policy that speaks to focusing housing element sites within town center and using the workforce housing overlay, encouraging the use of the WHO.
That's policy 2-5, I think.
It's 2-102.
Yes, so that policy actually is directing the city when it does its housing element inventory to focus that inventory on providing adequate sites within the town center and through the workforce housing overlay land use designation. So we noted that this really isn't a project-specific policy. It's about guiding the city's development of the housing element. So we think that, you know, regardless, we think this is consistent with the general idea of that policy, since this would be focusing housing element inventory in the town center and through the workforce housing overlay.
Can I, through the chair? I'd like to come back to Commissioner Hernandez, because I thought we were making a little bit of progress talking about safety, but did you have a specific in mind when you, as a goal or an outcome when you talked about mitigation at that intersection?
I'd like to see the city come back with a definition of what needs to happen and a plan to mitigate it and a time frame when that will be mitigated. Ideally, it'd be great if we could get it done before occupancy starts, but that puts a condition on the applicant, which basically delays their permit. So what I'm looking for is a way for us to, look, it's been 10 years since we approved the gym, and we got a crosswalk at the time, and no other substantial improvements have been made. And maybe they don't need to be made, but we've heard evidence to the contrary that it's an existing problem, and we've observed it ourselves, and somebody has died at this intersection. So I'm maybe looking for Matt or to step in and say, is there something that the city would be willing to do, or a suggestion that the city has for us to how we can address this?
Yeah, I think my first question would be, what evidence have we heard to the contrary that that's not a safe crossing?
Well, we've received testimony that somebody died at the intersection. We've heard parents who have reported the safety concerns of their children when they're parked just for this hearing, who were parked across the street at the Boys and Girls Club. And there's the observed behavior of what happens at that intersection when there's congestion for the last 3 hearings. So now, is there evidence the city has that that's a safe intersection?
Well, I think we had the traffic analysis completed, and it found no issues. I understand that you all have questions about the scope. I will remind you that that traffic analysis was not necessary, legally necessary for this project, because if I understand correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because this project qualifies for super density bonus exceptions, we didn't need to do that. It was done in collaboration with the applicants to address the concerns we heard in the community that this would cause traffic issues. As far as the accident you're describing, we can get more information, but my understanding of it is that it wasn't about the intersection. It was Kelly Avenue. So I think we have to be careful to attribute an accident on Kelly Avenue to what is the driveway. You know, I want to be careful not to call it an intersection. It's a driveway.
Let me summarize. There's a perception in the public that this is an unsafe intersection. The evidence you have from the traffic study indicates that it is not, in fact, an unsafe intersection. And the traffic study was conducted on a moderately busy day, we've already determined. So it's not like you cherry-picked a lowest 25% performance day. And there is no safety issue at that intersection. That's the city's position.
I can't unequivocally say that there's no safety issue, but we have a traffic study that says there's no significant impacts from this project there.
Okay, thank you. So is there a safety issue at the intersection or not?
Well, I think the cumulative impact will make it unsafe, but I don't really see. I thought you were bringing Matt up to talk about like what could we possibly do to attach a condition of approval, because I don't really see one. I don't quite get how we would say to the council, well, we have to fix that intersection before we approve this project, because, you know.
And what I'm saying
You know what
is
I mean?
we should separate them, but I think there's a general concern this intersection doesn't pass the eye test. So again, is there something, would you be comfortable with us saying, hey, yes, tell city council to do something about this intersection so that it feels safer, it's easier to move around, people aren't running at diagonal angles, there's multiple places to cross, and maybe even consider a traffic light. Is there something we can do to address this now versus waiting 5 to 10 years?
Well, I think, obviously, of course, there are things that we can do. We have professional staff. We work with consultants. We look at intersections all the time based on community concerns, even if the intersections meet all of the requirements for a safe crossing or intersection. I think the question, though, is there a condition of approval that could require this? I can't answer that question. That's a legal question. I can certainly take a recommendation to the council and I can direct my staff to look at this crossing in the context of this project and identify safety improvements, if necessary, that could be done here. I will say that in response to what we heard in the first meeting, and what I heard was less about this being an unsafe crossing and more concerns that the Boys and Girls Club believed that they needed the parking in our parking lot to create safe pickup and drop off for their students. And so we have a meeting with them tomorrow to begin, and the Cunha principal, to discuss alternative pickup and drop off options that hopefully will be safer than crossing a major street. Hopefully will allow them to do pickup and drop off on the side of the street that the event center is. So I could certainly, and I'm willing to and happy to commit, regardless of what happens tonight, that I will have my staff look at this crossing and do whatever analysis we can to determine if there are safety improvements needed here with or without this project. That's within my authority, and it's something I can do.
I like that idea. I mean, you're doing it now with Redondo Beach Road when all the residents came out. So
Exactly.
I trust that you will look at this because we want it safe for the senior farm workers that will potentially live there, the kids that are being dropped off across the street and whatever circulation plan the school creates for them. So I would be happy with that, Matthew.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would just add,
Thank you for that.
Can you use realistic numbers? Like in terms of the addition of cars?
Can we use top 5% usage weekends as a standard?
Well, and for this project, we're ignoring a few things on purpose. So we're ignoring that there will be a lot of visitors. They will use a lot of parking. There will be a lot more traffic in and out of that driveway. So just use realistic numbers when you're doing that, not just the, 40 couples who 30% don't have cars. Like that's not real. Okay? That's all. Thanks.
I will consult with our public works director, city engineer, to try to develop the best standard for what's realistic here.
Yeah, I think I want to be careful that we're not attacking city staff. I think people are operating in good faith. It's hard to pull all of these things together and draw the perfect conclusion, especially when there's a lot of aspirations assigned to this project, but no clear use plan in many cases. And so I think we're hearing overwhelming feedback from everybody from everywhere all at once. And so we're trying to process that and communicate the concern of everybody just wants to get the intersection addressed. That's the focus, and that would, I think, go a long way towards bringing everybody else along for this particular project, and that's part of what we want to do.
Yeah. And to your point, I don't feel attacked. I don't feel like staff's been attacked.
Yeah,
but
I just want to make sure that
I want to make sure, it's clear. We're going to operate from, standards and reality and not from fears. So I think a lot of this is fear-driven, and we want to make sure we're operating from a more realistic standpoint.
You operate in this sphere all the time, so I know you're used to taking the feedback, but I think we should look at top 5% usage weekends, like busy weekends, because tonight was a very busy weekend for this particular intersection, and it's an example of there were observable unsafe situations, right? And that's okay, it happens. Fortunately, nobody was injured, and, and there's a lot of energy, which is great. It's good to have that at a planning commission meeting. Okay, are we covered on the safety, the principal safety
Thank you,
issue?
Matthew.
Thanks, Matt. I'd like to talk about, again, same vein, there's an issue around parking, which is not the applicant's responsibility to deal with. But it's the same issue that's being raised with, there is a plan to have a plan for parking, and there's some conditions of approval that have been changed, but my view is that, and I'm always have to filter things, right? Some people say there's going to be no impact. Some people are going to say it's the end of the farmer's market as we know it, oh my God. And some people are just, man, it's going to be really hard to park. And there's lots of different opinions there. What we were supposed to do in 1995 under the downtown specific plan is we were supposed to come up with a traffic management program for this area. And it hasn't happened. And we are increasing use for lots of different ways. So same thing, I'd like to see something more substantial for the parking. It's not the applicant's responsibility. I think that the city, though, as the sponsor of the project, as the person who's conveying the use of the property, I think we need to come up with a more coherent plan for the area. And I think that's another piece of direction that we have to do as part of this project, because it's not the applicant's, it's not the affordable housing project's responsibility to fix the parking issue. It's the city's responsibility to get it done. I don't think we can hang it on the project. I think that's really important. So Matt, if you're the same direction, we'd like to just make sure that we have something that's more substantial and really addresses the concerns of not soaking up all the parking, and so that we can keep things like the farmer's market running. We can keep that awesome hub of the city, something that's accessible and usable by people. And I know I read the parking study, and I appreciate what it says, but I am a little skeptical of it. I'll just leave it at that. And so again, look at high usage weekends, try to pick the tough times, because and again, we hear lots of feedback from lots of people. Some people throw up FUD just to make a project go away. I get that, but it's, I think, a legitimate concern from a lot of people, and it's not just the naysayers, if you will.
So my opinion is the parking will change substantially.
Yeah.
And I don't, I thought that the explanation of parking was poor, and that we're being sold on it's just not going to have any impact. It's just not going to have any impact. I think that it would have less impact if you had 39 studio, or not 39, it was 31 and 8 or whatever, that if it was mostly studios, then really you would have a lot less, because you would not have families living there, and you wouldn't have more cars, not just from the families, but from people visiting those families. If it skews old, 55 isn't exactly old, but if it skews old, then there is a slightly less impact, because people do use their cars less, own cars less. I get that a little bit. But, if you have all one bedrooms, it's going to skew younger, and there's going to be more people, and it's going to be more use, and there's going to be, we haven't even talked about, alas, using this space for events and how all those events are going to impact it on a daily basis. All the people who come in cars to pick up food to bring to the farm workers, all the people who come in cars to drop off food to the people who live there. I mean, there's just going to, when you have older people, there's going to be more visitors on a daily basis. So yeah. I just feel like you need to limit the number of people that are there and limit the size of the units. Otherwise, you're going to have a bigger and bigger parking problem.
If super density plays a part here, I don't think there's anything we can do. I think the fact that Alice is or Mercy is coming to us and saying, hey, we're willing to reduce this down a significant amount is helpful. I do think this is, we can make my recommendation on this would be, look, from a planning perspective, going from 85 to 118 people, which is kind of the range. 118 people is, I think, the upper bound for this complex with the number of people we have here. So changing 20 or 30 residents by itself, I don't think it's going to have a material, my opinion, I don't think it's going to impact parking 100%. I think the bigger issue is we need to come up with a parking plan for that area. And I think if city council wants to provide direction on reducing the number of units, then okay, that's fine, but I don't know.
So,
I don't think we have the ability to do it under super density law, but.
Well, I think we do,
Okay.
because we could send it back for what the city council already approved.
Okay.
Like, we're not saying, we're not limiting the height, we're saying that the city council approved a project, an RFQ, the ENA, and so we're going to send it back to them in that shape. They can always change it if they want to, but I think that we need to be mindful of of how much impact it is going to have. I mean, it really will. There's no doubt about the impact. And so, I think it's fair game to send it back to the council as it was, instead of as it is.
But we're asked to look at an application for a PDP that has 5 stories, and that's what our purview is right now. And so I understand what you're saying, and I think, whatever the planning commission wishes to do, but I can't connect that dot yet.
Because it's what the council has approved, where we're sending back to the council what it has approved.
And I'll try and thread the
I
needle.
mean, creep is
would like-
very real here.
I would like to thread the needle and state that, and Rick, you asked this in your question number 10, and I went through the answer, and you asked about the fact, hey, the city owns the land, can we redirect some of the 2 bedrooms to go back to studios? Okay, so I don't need to repeat your question number 10. It's in the on the town website, but city staff or council said that the city council has authority to decide what to do with city-owned land. The city council has authorized Mercy Housing to apply for a CDP for this project and has entered into an ENA with Mercy to enable this application. And when city council approved that ENA, the pro forma attached to that stated 31 studios and 9 one-bedroom apartments. And that's what they then directed city staff to do, the enactment of the ENA. So that's where we get back to the original proposal that was approved by the city council in the June 2023 meeting. And since that time, a new, what they call it, a financial development financial pro forma has not been submitted that shows 5 stories, the increased size to the resource center, and the number of 2 bedrooms that had changed. So anyway, that's it. I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry, Matt.
I'm hoping I can make a quick clarification, and I apologize for not having all this information earlier. Obviously, this has been a long process, and a lot has happened in the last few years. I want to clarify a couple things. I'm not sure it impacts the discussion, but I think it's important to get the record clear. All the council, and I think you did a great job, Chair Gossett, of clarifying it, that the council authorized the ENA. They have not approved any project. They've authorized an ENA based on the evolution of this project, and I was able to confirm some dates. So the 5-story current, not the exact current because it evolved with the AAC hearings, That CDP application was submitted June, or I don't know exactly the date, but it was seen by the AAC June 8th of 2023. The council was briefed before the June 20th meeting. And I'm not saying, I cannot speak for the council on this. They were aware of how this project had evolved, that it was a 5-story project with the mix that was presented to you here when they approved the extension of the ENA. I'm not saying that they said this is the project we're approving, but they had full understanding of how the project had evolved at that point when they authorized the extension of the ENA. Again, the ENA is not approval of a project or even them saying, we agree with this project. What I'm saying is, if we're gonna say that they didn't know what they were approving at that time, they did. Those plans were submitted well in advance of that June 20th meeting, and they had been briefed on it at that time.
Do you mean the 5-story?
That is correct.
Because the
pro forma
is very different, and it states,
Yes.
it's in the staff report, it states, and it was on consent. So
and
at
I
that
don't know
meeting,
if the pro forma had not been updated. I don't know, but
that
the
whole
plans had been submitted at 5 stories with the 2-bedroom units. That was public information, and the council had been briefed on that iteration, that's where we're at the time.
Okay, because I did go through the packet there, and I didn't see the new plans.
No,
that
they weren't
showed that.
attached. They were not attached.
They were
to
not
that.
attached to the
That is
staff
correct.
report.
That
That's
is
why
correct.
I didn't see
And
that.
that's why I don't want to create an impression that the council blessed this version, approved anything, because they haven't approved any of these things.
Right.
You gave them an update and said there's this thing coming along, and right now it's 5 stories.
They had seen the plans, and they were public documents. It had already gone through the first round of AAC review.
Was it
at
like
that
a
time.
5-minute conversation, or was it a, okay.
It was more than a
It was-
5-minute conversation.
It was on consent,
But
so they didn't discuss it at all at that meeting, but maybe.
I'm going to leave it at that. Our council was well aware of where things were going. I think I probably let this get out of the scope of what we should be talking about. I just wanted to clarify that with the record, the timing, because it seems that is being used for some of the decision-making tonight.
Winter.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to note that that the application that was submitted was signed by a representative of the city as the landowner. So I don't think that any deviation from what was in the ENA is a basis to deny the project here. However, so I would just recommend that if you're considering conditions or denial, that it be based on consistency with the Coastal Act and the local coastal land use plan. Of course, if you want to, make comments as we have, raise concerns that the city council may want to consider the change in scope as part of in their capacity as a landowner, that's fine, but I would not recommend making that the basis for changes to the project or a denial of the project.
Thank you, Winter.
Through the chair. So I continue to believe we have to make a decision on the project at hand, and I believe it would be illegal to try to futz around with parking limits. I do agree with Commissioner Hernandez that parking is an issue in that bigger region, and to be honest, I mean, everything that will happen in the city in the next 5 or 10 years, if it has anything to do with downtown viability, more healthier businesses on Main Street, more people moving into new residences, more mixed use retail and residential things are gonna be a burden on parking. So we don't realize how spoiled we have been with our parking in Half Moon Bay, and it's not gonna continue this way. We're all gonna have to wrap our minds around the fact, if you want me to, I'll take you around to choice places on the peninsula where you'd thank your stars if you were able to park within 2 blocks of the store you want to shop at. So anyway, I am in favor of the idea of us encouraging the city, perhaps not putting it all on the city manager, but through our city council contacts to prioritize a look at housing, I'm sorry, a look at parking, not only in the region of where we are right now, but throughout downtown. But you can't, there's nothing we can do about it with this specific project.
I have a couple of things, and I'm wondering if these can be, what I'm about to say can be conditions of approval. Perhaps if Mercy can figure out how their workforce for the construction travels here. I don't know how many more cars are going to be coming here. I don't know how many more trucks or whatever, but is it possible for Mercy to have like a pooled transportation from wherever they're bringing folks in to here, and then have an agreement with somebody to have parking away from this area during construction, and then also figure out where you stage all your equipment at a different location, and maybe even carpooling people from that location to the site, so that the traffic in here is not a problem. So it's things like that that I would also like to see Mercy look at. And then, because of the construction workers, and they're going to be working here all the time, this is just a thing I'm asking. Would somebody like Alas provide daily meals for the construction workers? I mean, I think that would be a good thing. So I'm just putting it out there. Let's talk about it. I mean, maybe it's not going to matter at all.
I mean, there's a question of what is the current traffic plan? Sorry, I had to jump in. What is the plan for construction? There are typically conditions of approval. We don't want to have construction workers parking in Shoreline. So we need to just make sure that one of the conditions of approval is the city shall adopt a parking management plan that addresses the limited parking capacity at Shoreline Station. And I'm sure the staff can put something together. I don't think we need to burden Alice with
well, they might want to do that. I mean, because it's, helping.
But it's not our place.
I know, but I'm just saying, these are the things that maybe you can think about if you want to come back with additional things. The other thing is maybe, a lot of companies provide local
we can't
hotels.
do that. We can't do that, though. Just like, that's not something we can ask Alice to do. We can ask to have a coherent parking plan as part of this project that does not interfere with the normal business of Shoreline Station. I think that's fine.
That's fine. Okay. What about hiring project managers that live on the coast side, including a 10% preference for hiring local workforce for all construction trades?
Does the city have a standard on local trade?
So in other words, trying to employ more of construction workers on the coast. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Local workforce for the project.
Yes, a condition to say that there's a preference for that.
Can you recognize winner?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, and of course it's up to you, but I'm wondering if you maybe want to get all the ideas on the table and get a motion together so that I can understand whether these conditions are something that are part of a motion that is going forward, and then we can talk about it. I can point to, there are already some conditions of approval related to construction plans and encroachment permits and right-of-way and things like that. So we could comb through and see if any of those need kind of beefing up. But it might be helpful just to get everything on the table and get a sense of which ones the commission wants to pursue before diving into each one.
Can we just, so there's things for the CDP, but we also have architectural review, which we haven't done yet. So I'll just hit a couple of points on architectural review and just provide feedback to the applicant. We don't have clear objective design criteria for downtown Half Moon Bay. We have a pattern of design feedback that we normally go through, which One of those steps was missed in this project, not your fault. We also didn't provide you as a city, we as a city, did not provide you with clear design guidelines up front as to what conforms with our expectations of downtown. And so I think there's been a process with AAC where some of the feedback was heard and some of it was incorporated. Other pieces of feedback that members of AAC regard as critical were ignored. At this point, for a project of this scope, given the fact that you weren't given what I would consider to be clear design criteria up front, it's hard for me to burden you with things. I will say, you've made progress on this. What I would say for AAC that we should be looking at from architectural review perspective is, first of all, it's functional, it's safe, it meets all the building standards, those things are fine. The patio area upstairs seems like a fantastic design. For a project as exceptional as this in terms of size, it doesn't have very strong character, and it doesn't incorporate major architectural styles found in the rest of Half Moon Bay. And I'll focus on three things. One, the major building material is like a sandstone brick. It's the most prominent material, especially if you come around the backside of the building, if I understand it correctly. Whatever that, for the towers, what's in the towers? Maybe we could open it up.
Can you come up to the mic, please?
Yeah,
We can't hear you. Thanks.
The primary material of the four-story elements is...
Five-story.
Of the four-story elements, which are the two wings that face onto Kelly and face onto the site drive, that have the vertical lines in the drawing. That's board and batten, which is very common to the town. And then the predominant brown, which is the center, which is the five-story element, is shingles. It's cement board shingles. So those are very common in Half Moon Bay and throughout the coast, every place.
The appearance that I've seen in the architectural design, this is my first chance to give feedback on this, comes across as a brick type interface. If it's shingles, it's shingles, but it seems foreign in design to Half Moon Bay. I would encourage you to look at the materials and make sure the color and the texture is consistent with other buildings in downtown. The third thing is a piece of feedback that I have is just on the roof lines. There are these pieces of, I'm not even sure how you would describe them, ornamentation that's been attached to the underside of the roof in an effort to the brackets to conform with perceived design. I'm not aware of any design in the downtown Half Moon Bay that uses that particular approach. I think this is an acceptable design. I would encourage you to look at the project on Purísima and Mill, the relatively new project. I think this is one that my understanding is Chad Hooker was trying to have you guys maybe take a look at that. It's a softer brow line, it pushes the roof back, and it incorporates elements that hide the massing of the building, and it might be more effective for blending the building in. It'd be my suggestion. I'm not going to say you need to change anything. At this point, you've got a design, you've gotten to where you are, but I think the other benefit you would get by doing that is it could also create a windbreak for you that has a double effect. It makes it easier to use the space, and it hides the mass a little bit more.
If I could just say that we're always open to design comments. We made huge changes to the building, including flipping the open space and stepping the building back to achieve the program that was required. And if those recommendations, we'll take them into consideration. And if we feel we can do it within the design review approval without, and working with staff, then we would gladly continue to look at the refinements of it.
I would give a strong, we've done this in the past, I'd give a strong recommendation to staff to work with you to better incorporate the design so that it's more consistent with what we see in Half Moon Bay. And I think you guys have made a lot of progress. I just think I want every project in downtown to be outstanding. I'm willing to accept above average, and I think we can get well above average on this project. And I think that for especially for something of such an exceptional size and such an exceptional position, I think we could do a little bit more. And I would give a lot of flexibility with staff to work with you to tighten up the design. And that would be a condition of approval that I would attach from an architectural review perspective. The other thing is,
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the other thing is on the mural, I would strongly encourage, we have a process for putting murals up, and so I would encourage the applicant to consider working with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission to work with their program for putting murals together. Totally at your discretion, I think, but they've done a good job of citing and providing feedback on materials and making things work in a way that's, we've got some very good successes with. And some of the murals that haven't gone through them, maybe they're not as good. But I think it's a program, and we're trying to get better in the downtown. And I think as a partner, I'm going to give you 100% the benefit of the doubt that you want to get to the best looking project you can, because we all want to hang our hat on it, right?
So, through the chair. So, it is true, I am getting a little tired. I think that to Winter's point, that we should make a motion to approve this project with certain conditions of approval. And those conditions of approval have to say that we strongly recommend that the city council, for instance, I don't know what the language would be, but that the city council would strongly reconsider the original plan, that there has been creep since the plan was first approved, given.
I don't know if, this actually is a legal question.
Well,
Can we make?
wait.
Okay.
Winter actually made it really clear. We're not saying that we want to limit the height. We're not saying that we want to limit the parking. But what we are saying is that the earlier projects had less impact, and that they should seriously consider the earlier projects that had less impact, which does translate into a 4-story building with more studios and possibly limiting the office space, because it's an affordable housing project, not an affordable office project. So these are things that I think we should recommend to the city council, along with making sure that they understand that that they need to stay on top of parking and traffic and design issues as well. But that's what I would float as a motion.
Well, and that supports their policy of providing affordable housing in Half Moon Bay. I mean, that is the city council's number one, well, I think it's their number one priority.
It is number one.
Affordable housing, that's what I hear at the city council meetings, and that is consistent with their policy for that. So I like that idea.
Well, may I? I don't like that idea, to be honest, Commissioner Gordon, because it's not logical. We don't send this to City Council. We make a decision on it in the next 20 minutes, maybe.
I say we do make a decision in the next 20 minutes, and we make we strongly urge the City Council to look at the previous version, which is lower impact. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
It doesn't, I'll defer to the city attorney, but I don't think it works that way.
Can I make a suggestion just to
This is
maybe
city property.
having worked in many engineering organizations, scope creep is a function that is prevalent not just in land use planning, but everything we do in the Silicon Valley. So I think that there's some fairness in what you're asking for. But maybe, I think maybe the way to do it would be to, I mean, I have an assumption that somebody, no matter what we do, is going to appeal this to the city council. And also, city council can ask to have this item brought before them. I think that's, they can't, okay, somebody has to appeal it in order for it to come to city council. Thank you, Winter. So I would make a motion to approve a project that has come before us with conditions of approval that are legally enforceable. I would also separately make a recommendation to city council. We make an advisory statement on this project. And yeah, and I would also make a second, we haven't discussed another item, which is there is pending legislation coming before us that is going to eliminate this conversation altogether, potentially. And so I would also like us to make a strong recommendation that the city prioritize the efforts around responding to the changes in state density bonus law, because I strongly suspect we're at least 6 months behind from where we need to be to prepare for January 2025. So I think those are the three things I would do is, one, make a motion to approve the project, and let's figure out what those conditions are. We have a second motion that would be an advisory statement around this project with respect to, actually I want to separate that. There's some very specific things I think you guys want to do. I want to make sure that no matter what, we also have an advisory statement that the city provide clear direction, city council provide clear direction to city staff to prioritize fixing the intersection and fixing, coming up with a coherent parking plan for this area. Let's not fix all of downtown. Let's fix this area and focus on that, because that's where this is becoming the heart of downtown right now. That'd be my recommendation.
So that's a condition of approval?
No, it's
That the city
make an
does
advisory.
something? So separate?
Yeah, separate. So
Okay.
separate these things out.
Right.
Let's put them in the public. Let's get city council to
Right.
provide policy and direction, because they set policy.
So it's two things. It's separate. So one thing is we need to advise the council to make sure that the city pays attention to parking, to that intersection, to architectural review, I guess.
Well,
And then-
yeah. Well, I would make a condition of approval for the project that, from an architectural review perspective, I find this project consistent with the standards of architecture in Half Moon Bay. But given the exceptional nature of this project by its size, I would encourage the applicant to continue to work with city staff to refine the design guidelines so that it better fits in and potentially masks the scale with the design that you have, so that even without change, it works more coherently.
But those three things are separate.
No, that's actually my
That's
condition
all
of approval for
advisory.
architectural review. So I'm making a condition of finding that we approve this project from a design perspective, and provide guidance that city staff can work with the applicant to continue to refine the design, which is what we've done in the past on other projects. And the architect is eager to address some of these concerns, and it'd be great to, let's get the architecture part done. Is that an acceptable motion from a design perspective? Architectural review?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so that's the first part. Should we just approve that and move on? Okay, can we make a motion to approve architectural review for the item before us, that this project conforms with the policies of the local coastal land use plan, but would better conform with those if we can, if the applicant has the flexibility to work with city staff to refine the design.
So doesn't it seem like we should make a motion to?
I want to make a motion.
Well,
Let's get the things on it.
But you're not incorporating what I said.
Okay.
So you're
add to it.
just at it. You're saying you're making a motion to have this architectural review be part of the approval, and I'm saying I need the city council to strongly consider going to an earlier version that they already approved.
That would be a separate item. I would make that as a
I
separate
don't think it's
item.
a separate item. I don't think it's a separate item. I think it is the item. I think that's that's the crux of this motion, because, you know, what the city council sort of signed off on before is different than what we're getting. So city council needs to know that the planning commission strongly recommends that they look at the earlier version. So
I'm absolutely.
there's nothing wrong with that.
So we've got a CDP we need to approve, and we have to go through a process with that. And if you want to start with the advisory statement, let's get that off the table and do it right now.
But it's not an advisory statement.
I would like to start with the things that we can do,
Okay.
like perhaps, having the construction workforce, have a 10% preference for local hire.
Well,
local
just,
hire here.
I'm sorry, a point of order, but Commissioner Hernandez made a motion, and I second it.
So, I want to make an improvement. So we can take a vote. I will say, since we have the item in front of us, we can keep discussing it. I 100% want to make a motion, and you can make the motion on an advisory statement that we send to City Council on this project. But either we say, yes, it passes architectural review, or not. And we can make a vote. You can just vote on that and say, no, it doesn't meet the standard. We can do a yes/no vote on architectural review. And that's okay. If you say, but it can't be on height.
No, it's not on height, right? I don't think anyone really cares, like the architectural review. I couldn't look at it and tell you architectural review needs to be, better or not. I have no idea. But what I do know is that I would want to strongly recommend to the city council that they look at an earlier version, and that be part of our approval, that it's a condition of approval, that the city council, that they should know that the planning commission strongly urges them to adopt an earlier version and not the current version.
No, we hear you, Commissioner Gorn.
Yeah.
I think this is a little cleaner and simpler because we're starting, with things that are relatively less controversial.
Can I make a motion? Can I make two motions? Actually,
Wait, as a point of clarification, I talked to Winter about this because I thought that maybe you might entertain a motion, someone else might want, and I think Winter, and you said to me that we could add on or amend the motion or add into it through conditions of approval. Is that correct, Winter?
Well, so I have 2 points, if I may. One, I don't want us to forget that we have to make a CEQA finding. If you are going to approve the project, we typically do that first because it's a prerequisite, and I know there were some questions about the applicability of the exemption, so I just want to keep that on the table. And then the conversation we were having was about if there's a motion and then someone wants to do a different motion. And I think the appropriate process would be, if there's a motion and a second, there can be discussion about it. And then if there's a proposal to amend the motion, we can consider that. Or if the person who originally made the motion wants to abandon the motion so that somebody else can bring another one, that's the conversation to have around that. But so far, I've heard one motion and a second for sort of a partial approval of the project focused solely on the architectural review criteria. And so I hear you talking about it, and
but you're also directing us to take a look at CEQA. So maybe what I should do is two things. One, I'm going to pull back my motion, what's the right word to use here?
maybe withdraw.
I withdraw my motion. And I'd like us to talk about CEQA, but we should probably do two things. One is make a motion to extend the meeting till midnight. We don't want to make a second motion. We want to be able to get through this, okay? Can I make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight?
Of which day?
I would second that.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Motion approved.
Okay. So can I also make a recommendation that we maybe take a 5-minute break for people to clear their minds, get a little water, do whatever you need to do, because we're going to get into the meaty part of this, and I would like us all to be as focused as possible. Could we do that?
Of course.
Great, thank
5-minute
you.
break. break.
Okay.
All right.
One moment, please. Oh, so I think what we are going to do is start out with our CEQA determination. And then after that, we are going to, now I just scribbled things down and I can't even read my handwriting. Architectural review, the CDP with conditions of approval, and then an advisory statement at the end. Is that okay with my fellow commissioners? Okay. Okay, so we'll do the CEQA exemption, and then the architectural advisory consistency statement, the CDP and condition of approval, and then our advisory statement at the end. Is that okay? I would like my fellow commissioners to agree to that.
Yeah, it sounds very good to me, except we need to be really explicit about what the conditions of approval are
And
before we vote on it.
I agree with that. And when we get to that part, I'm sure we'll have a discussion, a lengthy discussion about that. And Winter is raising her hand, so I will let Winter weigh in.
I just wanted to say at the end of all the voting, we are going to need clarity on whether you're approving the resolution that was proposed and what changes you're proposing to the resolution. That's important. So if you're doing it in stages, that's okay, but I want to just make sure that those stages add up to a determination about approve with changes, or not approve the proposed resolution.
Can we modify the resolution?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first thing we need to do is make a determination that the project is exempt from CEQA. So I will make a motion that the project is exempt from CEQA in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15332.
A second.
Does anyone wish to discuss this?
No?
All those in favor?
You gonna do
Say,
roll
all
call
those in
vote?
favor, you want,
Can we
okay.
do roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Reddick,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johannes,
Abstain.
and Chair Gossett.
Yes.
Motion approved.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the architectural review portion of the project for PDP 23034 with the direction to city staff and the guidance that they have flexibility to work with the architect to better incorporate design elements more consistent with the character of downtown Half Moon Bay, and to endeavor to use design elements to mask the bulk and height of the building so that it is less conspicuous, and if possible to develop some kind of unique signature architectural element that makes this city look like more like Half Moon Bay. That's the direction I would give, but it's not a requirement. Can I get, that's my motion, can I get a second?
Can we add to the motion that we ask that the mural be reviewed by the Parks and Rec Commission? Are we allowed to do that here?
I don't know if they have authority to review murals. I haven't looked at that, so.
Can we strongly encourage the applicant to consult with the architect? Yeah.
So the city adopted a mural policy that includes a process that goes through our Recreation Commission as a reviewing and recommending body. Under our policy, the city council actually approves the murals. This obviously was created as a process for city-sponsored murals and murals on city property. So I'm not sure if every piece of it would be applicable to this, but maybe there's, if this is something that could show up here, maybe there's direction that we incorporate portions of our process in collaboration with the applicants.
I'd make a
along those
motion.
lines.
I'd make a motion that we incorporate the existing mural review process that the city has, to the extent that it's legally possible.
I'll second it, although it's a little odd in that the staff report finds that the current architectural design does a very good job of borrowing appropriate look and feel from around Half Moon Bay while extending while exerting its own unique look. But I understand that architecture is subjective, and I have no problem with your motion.
So I have a second.
I did second it.
Yes, you did. Commissioner Reddick,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johannes,
Yes.
and Chair Gossett.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Okay, I'd like to take a few moments before I make a, before we do the, wait, sorry.
Wait, yeah. Nothing, it's okay. So I think we're at the point where we're going to,
The CDP.
we haven't approved the CDP yet.
Right.
So we're at that approval point.
So I wanted to, we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about policies, so I just want to make sure, and then there's also some conditions of approval that Commissioner Johannes has brought up that I've never, we haven't had any discussion on them, and I think we should just kind of maybe talk about some of the conditions of approval. The one in particular that I'm concerned about is the labor one, because we've never done that before, and we don't have a, I don't know what our policy is. I think we have certain standards that we apply, but I would feel uncomfortable applying some new standard for development that doesn't meet an existing city standard
So, through the
from
chair.
a trades perspective.
Sure,
So
Commissioner Gordon.
is it, just a question. So we have conditions of approval, and we're going to run out of time, and I don't want to run out of time without approving the CDP. So if I make a motion to approve the CDP and to approve this project, can we then add conditions of approval on that afterwards, after the fact?
Yeah.
We got to do it all at once?
We have to do it all at once?
Okay. All right, thank
I
you.
have to amend the resolution.
Okay.
And just, sorry, just to clarify, the two conditions that you just approved in conjunction with the architectural review, just as a practical matter, those will just go in the resolution along with any other conditions of approval that you adopt as part of your approval of the CDP. So just as a logistical matter, that's what I'm keeping track of them.
Thank you.
And I did want to, as you move into this, remind you that the applicant offered 2 additional they volunteered to make them go into the conditions of approval, one about the reduction in height by 4.5 feet, and the other one about the evaluating the potential change in unit mix. So I didn't want that to fall off your radar either.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the project, the CDP, and we're going to attach applicants to it. We're going to attach
All right.
conditions of approval to it, but let's maybe take what, I mean, if you want to start going down the conditions, you wanted to make the motion, you can make it, David, if you, okay. I want to make sure I'm addressing your concerns, because I feel like I'm steamrolling over you at the moment, and I want to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying. I want to make sure we're following a process, and
Well,
and
the process
everybody's
would be
voice is being
good.
heard.
So I think the chair should just run the meeting.
Okay, so I'm happy to ask any of my fellow commissioners if you want to introduce the resolution for approval for PDP 23-034. And I could begin reading it, and maybe I leave a few numbers blank because I'm not sure we're completely in agreement about everything, but coastal development permit and architectural review to allow the construction of a new a new building with 40 residential units for senior farm worker affordable to extremely low and very low-income households. A XXXX square foot farm worker resource center and an 18-space ground floor parking garage. Permit approval also includes a lot line adjustment to increase the project parcel size and reconfigure the driveway at Kelly Avenue in the commercial downtown CD and public services PS zoning district and the public institutions general land use designation APN 056-150-200. And, am I required to read all the whereas, or do we want to discuss this now, or do I need a second?
We have to articulate the conditions of approval.
Okay, all right. Well, but before we do that, do we get a second to even entertain?
I'd like to make
No?
a second, I'd like to second the motion, and I'd like to pause so that we can add conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for, because maybe you don't want to talk about this. And,
The first condition of approval I'd like to have is accepting the applicant's offer to reduce the height of the building and to reduce the configuration of the rooms. And there's some language around there that's a little iffy, so you want to?
Sure, well, they provided, I don't know if you received the, you could provide it to Bridget, actually, and Bridget can pass it out. The main important detail is that the reduction in height, they were offering as just a straight condition of approval, that they will make that modification to the building design. And then for the potential change in unit mix, they were proposing just to evaluate the feasibility of it. So it was a softer requirement. Apologies for not handing that out before.
So I see the proposed revised conditions of approval language, but I'm looking at reduction in height, and then the second point, potential change in unit mix. And I would like to strike the word potential and just say change in unit mix, and then talk about that as a commission.
I think I support that.
Just to be clear, they weren't offering to absolutely do it. They were offering to have a condition that evaluates it.
I understand that. That's why I asked if we could strike the word potential.
Is that something we can do?
But I think the point is that the funding may prohibit the applicant from making this change.
But we were told that's not our consideration, in the answers provided to staff when we asked questions about that. So I don't know why that would be a consideration for us to discuss. That's a city council policy issue.
Personally, I wouldn't. If you strike potential, then this is a make or break thing. I mean, the whole thing collapses if things don't work out right. I don't want to do that.
Thoughts?
So what if the feasibility doesn't work out, then what? In general, yeah. Oh, wait, did you want to say it?
I don't think we've opened it up.
I guess the question I have is that, the council is going to decide sort of how, work with the applicant on how big this is going to be. And we're not talking about cutting down the number of units or anything like that. All the things that we're talking about is reverting to a previous plan. That's what I'm talking about. And so what we present to city council, does it even need to include how many stories it is? Does it need to include the height of the building? Does it need to include, it should be a 40-unit project, because that's what we want to approve. We want to approve a 40-unit project. Like, and that the city council needs to determine the size and scope of this project.
So can I maybe make a suggestion? Mercy Housing shall evaluate the feasibility of revising the current unit mix to reduce the number of two-bedroom units from 8 to 2, and in lieu provide 6 additional one-bedroom units. The total number of units shall remain at 40 units, and at no more than 40 units. And the building height shall remain at a height of 56 feet as approved. Unless it is otherwise not feasible to complete funding of this project, then Mercy's Housing, so I would just sort of add this condition of, under that last sentence where it says Mercy's Housing evaluation shall prioritize funding sources that allow this to be feasible. Not requiring you to take them on, but shall require funding, so require the prioritization of funding sources that make this feasible.
So I just want to ask my question again. Why do we need to have height in here, since we're not allowed to talk about height anyway?
I'm willing to accept the concession on height. I think that's, I think it's...
No, but why do we have to have height in the resolution at all?
Well, the applicant has offered it as a concession to us, and I would like us to accept that concession as a
I
condition of
understand
approval.
that's what you're saying, but I'm saying, in our resolution, why do we need to have any height listed?
Because we are accepting their condition of approval, and we can, like, they've offered it, and we should accept the concession is my perspective.
I think that's sensible.
And there's a separate issue, which is we're going to make an advisory statement to City Council, but we otherwise have no control over the height of the impact unless the applicant offers us a concession and we accept it now. This could go to the City Council and they could deny the project. It could go to the City Council and they could approve the project. Somebody has to appeal it, though. So there's no guarantee it'll go to the City Council in any case. But if the applicant's willing to give us provide a concession on this and provide language that's just a little bit stronger in terms of what they're willing to do, I think we should use that as a starting point. That would be my recommendation, is to accept what they've offered to us as a starting point. And I would, yeah.
So, I mean, I think the sort of the linchpin is whether we can have whether we're going with an advisory statement to the City Council, or whether we can have that be a condition of approval. That's really the question. And you keep saying over and over again that we'll make an advisory statement. I keep saying it should be a condition of approval that we strongly recommend. And, you know, that's...
But I think legally we can't, I don't think you can legally make legally, my understanding is you cannot add some kind of advisory language that's not legally binding to the applicant to the CDP.
Because we're approving the applicant's
This
project.
would be legal. The second part
Is not legally binding.
This doesn't seem to be legally binding because it's will evaluate. Nobody's, the feasibility. If the feasibility doesn't work out, this means nothing.
maybe we could open it up if the applicant has feedback on this.
The city attorney wants to speak.
Just wondering if it might be helpful to make the distinction between, not every condition of approval needs to be mandatory. We obviously frequently have things you will work with, you'll endeavor, but the conditions, as Commissioner Hernandez pointed out, do have to go to the applicant, not to somebody else, or just state an opinion of the Planning Commission. So that's why I think the recommendation was to deal with the recommendation. The commissioner's recommendation was to deal with the recommendations separately from the conditions of approval. I don't know if that helped, but.
It does. It does quite a bit. Thank you. And in terms of in our statement about what we're approving, do we have to include height?
Yes, so you are taking action on the application as proposed to you, and you do need to consider all the things you always consider in terms of consistency of the actual proposed project, the physical structure, with the LCP and Coastal Act, of course, with all the state density bonus law caveats that we've discussed in the past. So yes, the resolution does refer to the plans that were submitted, and the conditions of approval say what you're approving is the project as proposed in those plans, and then there are findings of consistency that go along with that. So yes, it does have to refer to the actual proposed project.
And it can't propose less than the proposed project?
You can impose conditions of approval, but a condition of approval would have to be more like, and we do these, the project as proposed, instead of being blue, will be yellow, right? We're making a change like that. I think it would be very challenging to do a condition of approval that says, we're approving this project, but redesign it all to go along with the proposal that came with the RFQ, because I'm not sure we have even full plan sets. That wasn't developed. That was a response. So what we have is the proposal as proposed, and I think you've set a solid course for making your separate recommendation to the City Council.
So you're saying that we have to do it as an advisory, and that really what we're approving is we're approving this project as written, right?
With conditions of approval that we're attaching to the project. And
So
so
that the
they're,
conditions of approval are advisory.
no. This is not an advisory. This is a reduction in height. That is a legal constraint that, and I actually want to change that language. We'll come back to that in a second, but just slightly. But that's something that is binding. I think what, Winter, maybe you could help me here because you're the attorney. There's a concept of operating in good faith. There's language you can use that demonstrates diligence, and you need to provide evidence that you've reasonably exhausted alternative funding means, and this just wasn't lip service. I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I'm just saying conditions of approval that maybe just add something to that that's some kind of reasonable legal standard, a minimum legal standard, so that it's a little, unless you, in your view, this already meets a minimum legal standard.
Well, this, of course, was just a condition that was offered up by the applicant. So, I mean, I think this sets forth a process. If you wanted some additional, like if there's a determination that it's not feasible to revise, that Mercy present its, reasoning for that to the community development director or something like that. If
Or
you
provide
wanted
evidence or.
Yeah, or just document, I don't know that there's going to be evidence here as much as there is going to be, reasoning or documentation or something like that. And I don't know, we may, since this was a voluntary condition, and I'm not sure that if the applicant had not proposed this, I'm not sure that we would be able to peg this to any of our policies. So I would probably want them to weigh in and see if I'm overstepping by promising a report back.
In regards to providing our analysis, we could write a memo to explain, like, what did we find in terms of evaluating whether we could make this unit mix change that I had offered at the outset of the meeting. So you can have something in writing, and we will make it as clear as possible and traceable as possible in terms of like, this is the funding source that we looked at, you know, here's the name, here's the website. You know, we can do that for you.
I have a question. The already awarded funding may be lost. I mean, where did that funding come from, and why would it be lost? Because it's still going towards a housing, right?
So the funding that we were recently awarded is approximately $2.7 million from the state of California Housing and Community Development Department, and it's a pot of money called Infrastructure Infill Grant, and it's you know, Commissioner Gorn was worried earlier about whether, you know, tax credits would be funded enough. And so, as you may know, there's a lot of affordable housing funding, but it's highly competitive to get an award just because the need is so great in the state of California. There are a lot of applications. These awards are very difficult to get. So when we got the award, it was based on the current unit mix and the current plans, you know, that you have been discussing for the last month. And so if we do make a unit mix change, we as developer would need to make sure that we're not jeopardizing that award, because that award was based on like certain scoring criteria that the state used.
So that was based also on making sure that we had an ENA exclusive agreement to discuss, that the city had an exclusive agreement?
I believe
because,
so.
Because
I believe-
at that time, I don't think you already had an application into the city. I think that was awarded before that. I mean, I'm just asking, because I looked at timelines to see, because I don't know. I don't feel that this is going to be in jeopardy, but I'm just wondering, you had 5 stories that you presented to them. I mean, and what was the condition when you sent in the application for that infill project? And
So,
the timing,
yeah.
because it matters, right? So,
Yeah, I just want to clarify that what we would need to evaluate before we can commit to changing the unit mix is to make sure that we are not going to inadvertently jeopardize our award, because that award was based on a competition essentially that used scoring criteria. Scoring criteria includes what's your unit mix, what's your affordability, you know, different factors. And it is very complicated. And we made this offer, we thought of this offer very recently to bring to the commission. We have not had a chance to analyze what does it mean for that funding that we did get awarded and for future funding that we would want to secure, including the tax credits. So our offer, just to reiterate, our offer is that we would like to do that analysis to see if we can change 6 of the 2 bedrooms to 1 bedrooms, because we understand that that would help address some concerns that the commissioners have heard from the public. We want to offer to do that in good faith and to help address that concern. But we also want to make very clear that we need to do our due diligence, and this is in the service of the community, right? We don't want to jeopardize the funding that this development has already gotten, been awarded. So that's what we're trying to balance here in making this offer and writing this proposed condition of approval.
Yeah, I think that's very logical. We wouldn't want to take any steps that would jeopardize the funding.
I actually have the scoring criteria and how you'd received your funding, and I'm looking at it right now. It just seems that, I don't remember, I have to pull it up to see what the level of details that you provided in that funding. But it just seems that it would be odd that it would be, I hope it never gets pulled.
I hope so too. We just need to make sure we do our due diligence.
Yeah, okay.
So where are we at?
So we were
Yeah, go ahead.
about the change in the unit mix and how that could be written into the condition of approval.
Well, I thought the city attorney had a good suggestion that we require the applicant to report back to, via memo to the, your idea actually, to the community development director.
How do you guys feel about that?
I'm fine with it.
Seems fine.
So that's 2 conditions of approval?
Yeah.
I personally don't intend to offer any additional ones, if you're wondering.
Does anyone else, Commissioner Gorn or Commissioner Joannis, have conditions?
Yes, I'd like to find out if this workforce, we can use local workforce for the construction, and if we can at least say it's a 10% preference of the workforce for each construction trade. That's one. I can rattle them all off, Winter, and if you can then decide how to do this. And I'm assuming Mercy's already going to enter into fair and open competition, or is this, it is fair and open competition. And then I don't know if we can ask Mercy to provide the city with the right to evaluate and comment on construction plans and specs, and to evaluate all bid proposals. That Mercy also, let's see, we talked about the tenant can we have the tenant preference? Can it be restricted to, can it include a 10% tenant preference for local retired senior farm workers? And local could mean, I guess, within the city of Half Moon Bay, and then also along the coast side within San Mateo County. I was wondering if Mercy could also provide safety rails in all the units along hallways and in bathrooms, not just some, but all the units. Mercy construct walk-in showers instead of bathtubs, so because this is for seniors, I was hoping to accommodate, if they're elderly, it's easier to walk in or to get wheelchair into that. And then I don't know if you're also looking at physically challenged units, physically challenged and sight and hearing impaired, to include a certain number of units for that. And then regarding vibration and noise, locating ingress and egress of construction equipment and heavily loaded trucks away from residential streets, restricting the operation of large earth-moving equipment on the
Slow
site.
down.
Oh,
Okay, if you could slow down a little bit, sorry, we're frantically
I'm sorry,
taking
I
notes
can-
here, so I can go through
Oh,
each
yeah,
one.
yeah. I'm sorry, excuse me. Restrict the operation of large earth-moving equipment on the site to as far away as possible from sensitive receivers. Restrict activities that cause high levels of vibration to be, so that they're staggered and multiple, restrict activities that cause high levels of vibration to be staggered so that multiple sources of vibration are not occurring at the same time. Restrict weekend construction activities and utilization of vibratory rollers and packers. Offer temporary living accommodation, schoolrooms, and office space to those with high sensibilities to vibrations.
No. I think we need to step back. So I don't feel comfortable going there, and I also don't feel comfortable setting a standard of improvement for the bathrooms. I think that's really Mercy's responsibility to provide the adequate.
You could say no to it, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't.
And all these are things that would have been in mitigation measures in a CEQA report.
Got it. Okay. I think I think the bathroom one, given it's going to be, yes, one senior, but it's not exclusively senior housing, I think I just would give a
There's a
measure.
certain, that's fine, that Mercy can determine this, I mean, because I understand that Mercy can agree or disagree to have this as part of their conditions of approval.
I heard what you said as a shall, not as a,
Yeah, well, that's my wish, because if this is a senior living thing, then, and it's 55 and over, that's fine. But Plan Commission can
Okay,
remove it, it's fine. Then the
ahead.
Mercy provides, I don't know if this is necessary, a pre-construction assessment and a structural assessments of the inspection of neighboring buildings, because I've always been in construction projects where neighboring buildings will say, hey, look, because of this construction, my house or my building got cracks, and, you know, there's some kind of, you know, issues there, so we want to make sure that, you know, Mercy is not, you know, Mercy's construction hasn't caused that damage, it's just an inspection of the area. That Mercy provides washing down of the school, the church, and the shoreline properties from dust. I'd like to see if there is any air monitoring devices can be placed at the school, so that we're looking at the air quality in that area. And I could,
Are these things that would be required if a mitigated negative declaration has to be in place? And that's the foundation of all this? I see.
there was, so one thing, and I understand that this might not be the case, but one thing that I had put on here was that the Farm Worker Resource Center use is restricted to residents only for healthy living, healthy living teachings, daily exercise, meditation, arts and crafts, movie viewing, language learning, civics education, including voting rights. You know, just things that I think, you know, seniors could be helpful, it would be helpful for seniors to look at. Sometimes some construction projects, large construction projects, and for this town, this is a large construction project. And like I said, I don't know where your workforce is coming from. Is there a hotel accommodation that you can provide workers on between Monday through Thursday? And of course, helping the workers with a meal every once in a while. That's all I'm talking about. It's just to help the workers, and it's also to get local workers at work, construction workers at work.
I think some of these changes are unprecedented for a project that we've approved before the Planning Commission, and I'm not sure that some of them, I'm sure that some of them aren't the things that aren't even legal for us to approve. So I do recognize, though, where you're going with this, which is if this project had to be mitigated, I think that's the foundation for the conditions of approval. That's what I'm hearing. And so we didn't really discuss that. Are there, the workforce mix one, we already have a standard for development in Half Moon Bay, and unless I don't feel comfortable applying a new standard unless just.
Out of curiosity, what is that development standard for work?
I don't know what the rules are. The city has contracting standards that they apply. I assume that they're following ABAG standards or something like that.
Are you asking what the city's
Yeah.
standards are for when it's its own project? Or
Yeah.
are you asking whether the municipal code has requirements for like a local hire?
Yeah.
The only place I identified that was specifically in the commercial cannabis activities section of the code. There's not a local hire provision in the Muni code for other projects.
Do we have authority to require a local hire as a part of a project?
Without either Muni code provision or some other rationale, I don't see it.
Okay, because we're not actually activating a mitigation for a project. Like we're not following through with CEQA, I guess would be, we don't have some other rationale. There's nothing in the code that allows us to apply some of these things.
So I'd like this to be an advisory to the city council.
Okay, so do you want to, help me understand, oh yeah, I
Okay,
just don't
that's all
understand
right.
what we're doing.
So maybe Christie or Winter, you could, does anyone else want to introduce conditions of approval? Did you have any, Commissioner Gorn?
No, we're really stuck. Unless you can come up with a condition of approval that's not advisory in nature, I think we should just approve the project as is, as amended.
Do you have any, Chair Gossett? Conditions of approval?
Well, I'm not 100% certain we're stuck. I mean, maybe we're stuck because it's late at night, but we're tired. But, I mean, are we stuck on the, I did say XXX square footage. I didn't list the square footage of the Farm Worker Resource Center. I did that purposefully because I wanted to talk about that. If you guys are, if you all feel that that's the appropriate size, because this project is supposed to be a 100% affordable housing project. So I think housing is the priority here, and that's just something I'd like to maybe talk about
No, I think it's
with you.
I think it's a good conversation point. I think that's right. So I think there's a standard for affordable housing for particular types of populations that follows a form factor. And I think Mercy is applying that form factor, that best practice that they've developed to this project. I do think that the amount of resources applied to it seems extravagant, especially because there's no concrete plans on what can be done. I mean, it's, there's a lot tied into this, and there's not a clear-cut plan to how it's going to be used, and the use could be, a few thousand people a day, or it could be a few dozen people a day, depending on how it's applied. And so I just from the amount of facilities that are there and the types of things you can do with a commercial kitchen, there's a lot. I mean, and I know Alas has an important mission in town, but I do agree that it's for the mission in the building, it's a lot, and I find it hard to substantiate the idea that you're going to provide food for people 7 days a week. Maybe that's true, but there's no plan for it. There's no, there's an aspiration for it. So I do find that strains credibility, that's just for the folks who are here. And there's no real, there's something in the condition of approval that they're going to constrain use on the weekends when it's peak. I think that was part of the original conditions of approval that's still there, is they're going to constrain use on the weekends so they don't interfere with other activities. But I don't know. And we're having a discussion. We haven't really talked about this yet.
I know.
But I think I'm fine to make a motion too, but you wanted to talk about.
No, I guess I
wanted to hear from you.
So, you brought up this XXX idea, and so, the lawyer is over here telling me that we can't make any basic conditions of approval on square footage or anything really, that we just can't. And so that's when I floated the idea of leaving it blank, that we could leave it blank and leave it up to city council. Or the other idea, I guess, is to have it be at the number that was originally proposed, the square footage that was originally proposed, and the unit makeup that was originally proposed, and have them fight with city council over it. I mean, they've shown that they can fight. So they can fight with city council about it. But we would approve the project with the smaller numbers. That's the only thing I could see.
Well, the project
can't-
is the project, and we have to make a decision. Sorry.
Thank you. All right. I think Hazel wanted to go, and then Commissioner Ruddick.
Oh, I think I was going to say the same thing as Commissioner Reddick was going to say.
All right, go ahead.
The project at hand is the project at hand, and we have to make a decision about it. And, you know, in preparation for this, I reread much of the LCP that we and City Council and Coastal Commission enacted in 2021, and there are 15 different policies, at least, in the LCP that support affordable housing, that support farm worker affordable housing, that support affordable housing as an infill in downtown. And I just personally don't want to quibble over this level of stuff anymore. It deserves to be approved, and the City Council has sent us this for us to deliberate on and make a decision.
But my point was that the city council sent me something different. They sent us this ENA to begin with, and then since they sent that to us, there's been this creep of, well, actually, there's more. We're going to go to another story. We're going to go to, they didn't increase the units, but they increased the number of bedrooms, which means the number of people, and the amount of parking, and the amount of traffic issues. Like, those are all things that have changed since City Council sent it to us.
Well, the resolution at hand, Commissioner Gorn, is what we have to vote on.
Unless we change it.
We can't change it.
Through the chair.
Within the state density bonus laws.
Well, I think, I thought Winter said we could amend the resolution. She did say we could. So, I mean, let's be clear about what we can do, and thank you.
Through the chair, may I?
Yes.
We can modify conditions of approval. There are certain categories of things that are permissible. I think my understanding is that if we accept that state density bonus law applies, and the project is otherwise consistent with the major policies in the local coastal land use plan, we don't have the ability to say, well, this project has to be smaller. In fact, even if we didn't have those things applicable, we can approve the project in front of us. I think we don't have very much discretion. Well, we certainly have less discretion with state density bonus law. I mean, if you want to step back and have a discussion around state density bonus law, I mean, that could be something that could be done. There's a question of, do we accept the definition of major transit stop, right? If you want to go there, then that would give you more leeway, but it's.
So can we ask Winter if we can amend this resolution?
Sure, I will ask through the chair.
Winter
'Cause
did
that's our
say we
only choice.
could. I asked her that earlier, and she said yes.
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
It might be helpful. I don't think I actually heard what condition you wanted to impose on the size
okay.
of the Farm Worker Resource Center, and I'm not understanding whether it has to do with a change to the physical structure. So maybe if you could illuminate that a little bit, then I'm happy to provide my opinion.
So what I was saying is that the original, what was sent to us by the City Council and was agreed on in the ENA was a somewhat smaller project of where the 40 units were mostly studios and not 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. And there was a mix, but it was significantly less. And the amount of space for the resource center was also a little smaller. So I'm asking if we can amend the resolution to include those numbers that the City Council sent to us in the first place? Or do we have to approve the numbers that are given to us?
You could adopt a condition of approval that says we're approving this on condition that you redesign the project to meet these qualifications. I don't recommend that because you haven't seen that project, the redesigned project. And I think it would be more useful to simply deny the project if you think that this current proposal is not consistent with the LCP. So, you can say redesign it. It's not a useful condition though, because it doesn't give enough direction to what we're supposed to do. And I think it would lead to significant confusion down the line. So that's my recommendation. And you would have to support that condition with a finding linked to a Coastal Act policy or an LCLUP policy, saying that this is why we're asking them to redesign because it's inconsistent with X, Y, and Z policy supported by evidence.
So the evidence you would need to use would need to be something tied to safety or coastal resources. I think from a coastal resources perspective, if this was parking across the street from the beach, it would be a very strong argument that I think would carry weight. If it's parking a mile from the beach, which this is, it would probably carry a lot less weight, even though it is an important part of downtown, which is a coastal resource under our LCLUP. But I think it's the primary point of the Coastal Act is to make sure you can get access to the beach. So that would be the policy, like a coastal resource policy would be there. And that's kind of the analysis I've done says probably isn't super strong on coastal resource protection. You can make the argument if there is a strong finding of that the traffic or the congestion or the intersection isn't properly dealt with and it interferes with coastal access from downtown to Kelly in a material way. That would be a significant policy that you could probably hang your hat on.
Well, I mean, I think it would be coastal resource. It would be the gateway idea, and it would be the fact that, this is the entrance to our downtown. So,
I think the problem we have is that we've got a bunch of wishy-washy language with a lack of objective criteria, and I'm hoping we can talk about it during Planning Commissioner communications. But we've got a substantial deficiency in our standard, which is evident in the fact that we haven't really provided great guidance to the applicant, and city staff gave it 2 roaring thumbs up, right? It's clear that we have deficiencies that don't satisfy those conditions. Unfortunately, we have residential design guidelines for like a 1 and 2 unit house, but for anything that's 3 units and above, we don't have a standard. So
right.
We have
But
policies, and
I
the
understand
policies
that.
are vague. That's the problem. Is
But-
you want to have a strong policies that you can
Right.
defend.
I agree. And approving this project as is approving a project that the city council did not approve.
Well, then
And it's
let's,
approving a little bit extra than what was originally presented to us.
if you're going to vote to deny, you
I
have
wanna
to
vote to
pick a
deny.
major policy. You can't pick height. If you want to say that there's a policy, if there's a policy that conforms to, I think it's in the staff report, actually.
I think I've.
I mean, if you want to
I think I've
vote to
made-
deny the project, I mean, like, if you
I
want.
think I've made my points to city council, and I think if we do an advisory that says that we strongly recommend that you look at and adopt the original, what was originally sent, it sounds like that's all we can do. Winter, I believe, is saying that we can only approve or disapprove the project at hand. We cannot change the language in it. We cannot change the resolution. Is that correct, Winter?
No, you can modify the conditions of approval. If you make the modifications, you need to support any conditions of approval with, some reference to why you're doing it related to the Coastal Act and the LCLUP policy consistency determination. And there are some changes that, if you made them, would likely be inconsistent with state density bonus law, which would be conditions that expressly say reduce the height, reduce the density, reduce the setbacks. What am I missing? We have a litany, reduce the open space requirements.
But I just want, so adopting what was given to, like, the first ENA, right? The first ENA, it had everything that met those criteria, right? And if we had gotten a project in front of us that was the first project, we would just be approving it. And it would be approved. It's done. And so, you know, what we have a hard time with, what I have a hard time with, is this creep that's happened since the city council said yes. And since the city council said yes, then it's like, add this, add this, add this, add this. And so, you know, and now we're looking at a project that you're saying we need to approve as is, not what the city council sent to us originally, but what has been added by city staff and by the applicants, and, you know, as it has morphed. So, you know, I have a hard time with that, but, you know, if that's my choice, is that I'm either going to, you know, approve the present project, which is, it's kind of what you're saying, you either approve the present project or you deny. That's what you want. You want an approval or denial. And, you know, if that's the choice, then I just would have to approve. But you're saying that's, you know, we amending this resolution is too fraught, is what you're saying. It causes too many problems. It's too much to say. The reason is the city council gave us a project that we really should have looked at originally. Like, that's the project that we should be considering. That's not enough of a reason, right? That's not a reason. It's not an LCP reason.
That's correct.
I'm not sure, David, that that is an accurate depiction of what the city manager told us a little while ago about the city council's oversight of this project. I think you're greatly exaggerating their passivity and even ignorance of the process. I assume, and I believe, and I've been told by at least one city council member, that this is the project that they intended to be in front of us.
My meeting with a city council person was completely different, where this council person didn't know that the project had increased in scope and wondered why they didn't know about it. And I did scour the city website to see if there had ever been a presentation to the city, and maybe they had one-on-one meetings with city staff that I'm not aware of, because I don't know everything that city council does. But for 55 minutes, someone spoke about the fact that this project had increased in scope significantly without them maybe offering input. Not that they, you know, so anyway. I'm sure there's different opinions.
So there's a couple of things here, if I may, sorry. City council sets policy. They direct staff to go do things. Staff have done something. In our estimation, I think, a majority of the people at this dais believe that city staff have exceeded their mandate. Nonetheless, the applicant has gone through a process. They've come to us with a project. We have not made a CEQA finding that the project needs to be mitigated. We've found it otherwise in conformance with policies. This seems like a big pill to swallow because it definitely exceeds the scope of what anybody envisioned. And I provided clear feedback 2 years ago that it was already too tall at 4 stories and we needed to really think about this. So this is not a new thing, and somehow we got to this point. And I get it, stuff happens, but we have an obligation to provide attach conditions of approval that are legal, and get that done. And if there are other conditions of approval that you want to attach that are legally enforceable and don't involve things that are impermissible under state density bonus law, great. But you got to defend it with the Coastal Act. And so, the major policies that we've brought out and we've been hashing out for the last 6 weeks, and for those of you who don't read the spreadsheets, there's a lot of detail we've gone through. Pick a policy.
So what do you mean by enforceable? Because I've seen that conditions of approval on past projects as the city's approved have not been enforced by the PDPs. So I don't understand that.
So we can't attach a condition of approval that affects the exclusions. So height, open space, those things.
That we already have decided on, right?
Yeah. So
That's
what do
clear.
you guys want to do? I mean,
Yeah, I think we need to hear from the two of you because we kind of talked it out as much as we can.
Did nobody else have comments on the conditions of approval?
I don't, go ahead.
I guess what I don't understand, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that the city owns the land. And if they own the land, they have a say as to what goes on or is built on that land. And we're being told that, I understand what Winter is saying, that we have the CDP before us and we could approve it or deny it. But as a commissioner, I've always understood that we could attach conditions of approval. And
So I'm wondering if we can attach a condition of approval to have all the things that we're talking about be included in the DDLA.
No, because the applicant is not in charge of what ends up in the DDLA. That's a negotiation between the city and the applicant. So, no. And I know this is all, you all know this, but because the city council still needs to negotiate the DDLA, if this change in the scope from the original response to the RFQ is troubling, they have every opportunity. I think it's been, vocalized here and elsewhere, and if you do make a sort of recommendation motion, that will, be carried to them as well. So this is not the last and final stop, and as we've discussed before, the Planning Commission's role is separate from the City Council in this way. The City Council will have both roles. They'll have the role of reviewing any appeal of the decision on the CDP, if that should be appealed, and then they have their separate role as the body that's in charge of deciding what happens with city land to negotiate the DDLA.
So just to answer your question, Margaret, because there's actually an answer, and there's almost always an answer in this document. Policy 2.2 talks about complete policy compliance, and I'm going to read a portion of the policy which says allow flexibility only when the land use plan provides for an exception. And so the land use plan in conjunction with state density bonus law, these things all work together. And the state density bonus law knows there's all kinds of provisions, but it's embedded in what we're doing by statute, right? And so if there's a specific exception that's allowed, there's a policy that allows for it, it's great. One of the problems with the state density bonus law is it is a sledgehammer for local control by design. It's designed to, because there's a lot of this happening at every other planning commission across California for the last 50 years. And we're asking legitimate questions, and we would normally, in the course of things, push back and say, yeah, it should only be 4 stories, move on. But that's what we do for projects that don't have affordable housing in them. State density bonus law is designed to purposefully bypass this process. And so if we want to fix that, There's a second thing that needs to happen after this particular item is we need to talk about how we're going to get organized. Because we are not organized as a city. We are in fact disorganized on this item. And it's not impugning the character of anyone. We got a lot of things going on, but this demonstrates that we're not organized for how we address state density bonus law and how we harmonize it with our local coastal land use plan, which is what we're supposed to be doing. So I would recommend we move forward with an item, we approve the project, and then I think we need to make a statement, and I'm happy to make a very strong statement as to my opinion on the project, but this is where we're at. We're not organized.
So unless you guys have something else to say, I would like to make a motion to approve this project as amended.
We need to be careful because we just attached Hazel just proposed a bunch of changes that.
Well, so we have to do it all at once? We have to do it all at once?
Did you withdraw?
Can we?
Okay.
No, she made them advisory.
I'm sorry, I thought you proposed doing it as an advisory note.
Just the one item that Commissioner Hernandez questioned.
Okay. So
I
we
don't
have to
know,
go
I
through.
don't know, I'm sorry?
So we have to go through.
I actually, I don't want to amend my motion to include that requirement,
okay.
but there are other requirements.
Okay, sure,
And
sounds good.
and maybe in terms of clarity, if you don't mind reading back to us so that we understand all the conditions that were given to staff.
Yeah, and just my recollection of what happened was Commissioner Hernandez made a motion, second by Commissioner Ruddock. Then you withdrew your motion, and Chair Gossett made a motion to approve the project. Then there was discussion about whether to add any conditions. So I think technically it's Chair Gossett's motion,
Yep,
and if she
that's right.
wishes to amend her motion to add any of these conditions, she may do so, and then we can vote on that. We, not me. You can
Well-
vote on that.
So I move that we approve this, as I read earlier, with the conditions of approval stated during the course of the discussion after this motion was introduced. Is that okay? Can I do that?
So you want all of them, all of Commissioner, or Vice Chair
On-
Joannis's
Yes, and
conditions?
if someone wants to remove any of them, right now is the time to speak up. I thought we could have like a little active listening going on so that we're sure and clear about what they are.
Would you like me
before
to
we
read
vote.
back the ones?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I just want to just pause, we just attached a bunch of stuff that I've never seen before I haven't seen before this evening, I should say.
Other cities do that.
Yeah, but I haven't seen it. I guess that's the concern.
Do you want me to just read
A
through?
lot of them seem like changes in policy, like that maybe we should have, definitely should have, but we haven't, it hasn't been in any reports and we haven't talked about it. That's all.
Yeah, personally, I'm overwhelmed by that long list of proposals you made. I don't know how to think about them. I'm sure that some of them are things that the city engineering and other staff oversee as part of any construction projects in the city.
Some of them are also related to making sure that our community workforce is employed through this project.
But we don't set that policy. Like council sets policy. Our responsibility is to enforce policy.
So then you can remove it.
Are you talking that one condition of approval?
The commission can remove any or all.
Okay.
Do you want to read back?
Yeah, I'm happy to read back, but I do, just from a procedural perspective, currently the motion is to include all of the conditions I'm about to read. So if you could take a vote on that and then see if that motion passes, and if it doesn't, somebody else could propose it with different conditions, or Chair Gossett, you could amend your motion if you decide after discussion to not include all of the conditions I'm about to read. But my understanding was Chair Gossett made the motion. She amended it to add all the conditions that had been discussed. I'm about to read them, and then we'll go from there. Is that clear? Is that am I on the, where am I?
She
Okay.
wants, I mean, we don't remember what those conditions are.
Yeah, that's
We
what
need to
I'm
hear 'em.
about to read.
Yeah, right.
Do we need to see if there's a second
Yeah.
for that motion before we spend time on that?
Did I make a second?
Yeah, you made the
I
second.
made the second.
I already have a
I think there was a second.
Yeah, I think I made the
Hernandez.
second.
I'm not sure there was a second to the amendment, though, when Chair Gossett changed it.
I make a second to the amendment, and you can read through the items.
Okay. So what I have, oh gosh, I need my glasses here. And these are not the conditions that we talked about with respect to the architectural review. We've already discussed those. So the first was the two conditions of approval that were proposed by the applicant with the modifications that Commissioner Hernandez made to the second condition in order to require Mercy to report back to this Community Development Director with a memo explaining its analysis. And then moving on to the conditions that were proposed by Vice Chair Joannis, I have add a condition with a local workforce preference. Grant the city the right to evaluate construction plans and specifications and bid proposals. A 10% tenant preference for local senior farm workers in the coastside area. And I'll note that overlaps with an existing condition of approval in there on the local preference, so you might want to discuss that. Require the applicant to install safety rails in all units and hallways. And I apologize, I was writing quickly, so if I get it wrong, please correct me. Require the project to include walk-in showers in all units. And this one, I'm not totally sure, consider modifications for physically challenged units, including for sight impaired.
It's to include units that are sight impaired, hearing impaired, and.
Include,
Yeah.
okay. And locating ingress and egress of construction equipment. I think this was away from sensitive receptors?
Okay.
Oh, away from residential streets?
Yes.
Okay. Restrict operation of large earth-moving equipment. That one was away from sensitive receptors, I believe. Restrict activities that cause high levels of vibration so that there's not an overlap of different activities with these same high levels of vibration at the same time. Then there was one I will need help on about weekend operations and rollers and packers.
Yes, restrict weekend construction activities and the utilization of vibratory rollers and packers.
Okay. And then I think I have a blank for the next one, so you need to just fill that one in.
Offer temporary living accommodations, schoolrooms, and office space to those with high sensibilities to vibrations.
Okay, and then require a pre-construction assessment of neighboring buildings, wash down of the church, school, and shoreline from, I understood it to be construction dust.
Mm-hmm.
Provide air quality monitoring, and I'm not sure if that was specified where.
Mostly at the schools,
Okay.
for the kid protections for the children. And I think there's two schools, the one that's operating at the church and Cunha.
And then there was a restriction on the use of the Farm Worker Resources Center, and I did not catch all the uses that you wanted to restrict it to.
It's the use to residents only for healthy living well, it's for residents for, reserved for exactly what Alas wants to do for it, but it's restricted only to the residents.
Okay, thank you. And then provide hotel accommodations for construction workers Monday through Friday, and provide lunches to construction workers. And then, so that was my list of Commissioner Joannis's conditions. There was some discussion about the Farm Worker Resources Center, but I didn't hear an actual condition proposed.
Through the chair.
So, oh, sorry.
I just wanted
Okay, I know.
I just wanted to strongly make a, so I appreciate actually a lot of this because my kids went to a school where a Mercy project was being built next to it and where other projects were being built next to it. So I think the fact that we're next to two existing schools and a church, a lot of these policies make sense. And they're based off of existing standards that other Bay Area communities have. I'm uncomfortable with everything after where we talk about what Alice can do with the site, because I don't think that's within our purview, certainly not asking people to feed anyone. So I'd make the motion to strike everything from where we talk about Alice and also remove the restriction. You already removed the restrictions on bathrooms, but I would modify the language around the rails because that's kind of an implementation detail of the project that I think is best left to Mercy. That would be my suggestion.
I didn't remove the bathroom thing. I'm suggesting if you guys don't like it, you guys can remove it.
I'm making the recommendation that we remove the bathroom from the changes and the railing changes from the amendment.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Can I, so they're all thoughtful suggestions. I would respectfully ask that they be advisory because I just don't have the time or we haven't talked about any of them.
Maybe.
So even though they sound like really smart, good, like, and I'm sure other communities do them, I think it as an advisory, it might work better.
Yeah, maybe we could do something along the lines of have a construction management practices consistent with sensitive receptors, with the recognition that there are two schools next door to the project, and leave it to city staff to make sure that this is addressed. When work happened at Seacrest on the other Mercy housing project, there was a lot of dust and mess thrown up, and also with the other housing that wasn't just Mercy's that happened there, and it was pretty frustrating as a parent because we had no control. So I do think that we can just make a recommendation that city put in place, unless there's other specific things that you think you really want to hang your hat on.
So what were you saying?
Delegate it to the city to make sure that we have a strong.
Sure, that's fine. And then maybe also delegate to the city, and I think, Winter, perhaps this one was missed. Provide, maybe the city can do is delegate it to the city, provide pre-construction assessment of the properties around so that, there's some kind, a baseline to show what the condition of the properties around here versus, the construction activities causing damage to the neighboring, especially from vibrations from the neighboring.
That's reasonable. I think that's reasonable. Through the chair, I'd second that. But I also want to make sure that we, through the chair, make an additional amendment that we clarify that we need to have a clear policy on where construction workers are parking, and they are not to disrupt the normal commercial activities of Shoreline Station or accessibility to Ted Adcock for community events during construction.
Just for clarity, would you want to hook that up with, it sounds like you were asking the applicant to work with staff on basically a construction plan that addressed noise-sensitive receptors, and would you want to add construction worker parking?
Yes, absolutely.
And construction equipment staging.
So it's your motion. And so I think we have to amend it because quite a few of the things became
Is it better just to withdraw the motion and reintroduce with?
I think we've got it.
Just
can we
withdraw
just-
that part.
Do you want to read
just-
it back one more time?
Okay.
What's been amended?
Sure.
Okay.
So what I heard, if I understand correctly, there was sort of a discussion to consolidate Vice Chair Joannis's list of conditions into two. So if I got that direction generally right, I will read through the conditions. So your motion would be to approve the project with these additional conditions, if you choose to so amend it. So the first two, again, are the two that the applicant proposed. Those weren't changed. And then the second two are that the applicant shall work with city staff on a construction management plan addressing construction practices consistent with sensitive receptors, nearby schools, and that also addresses construction worker parking and equipment staging. And then the second condition would be to provide a pre-construction assessment of properties neighboring the project site. And maybe there could be some clarification. Is this the applicant's going to provide this to the community development director or write up a report of neighboring properties conditions or?
To be defined at the discretion of the community development director would be what I would do. And we also want to make sure that we get the guidance on architectural advisory, which is they can proceed with the project with the design guidance we gave to, which I don't want to repeat.
Yeah, those two conditions, yep.
So you got height and you got, okay.
Well, I got the two conditions I had on your prior motion. Is that what you're
Yes.
asking?
Yes.
Were to work with staff to better incorporate design elements from Half Moon Bay and use design elements to, and I think this was sort of like, did you write it up? Oh, and then the second, well, to use design elements to better mask the building mass. And then the second was to incorporate the mural process to the extent legally possible.
And it was directed at the roof, so incorporate design elements into the roof to help hide mass and provide for better screening from the wind.
Okay. But those two are not part of this motion.
That's fine.
That
I
was
just want to
part,
make sure.
that was part of the prior
I want to make
motion.
sure we captured it all while we're all
Okay.
here.
We need to get a roll call so we can do the advisory ones.
Yes. Bridget?
Yep.
Commissioner Gorn,
Yes.
Commissioner Reddick,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Vice Chair Johannes, half asleep,
Abstain.
and Chair Gossett.
Yes.
Motion approved 3-0.
4-1. It's 4-0.
4-0, sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, she abstained.
Yeah.
4-0.
4-0. No, 4.
If I could just get a little clarification per my comment earlier, since we did this in two steps, I'm taking those two motions together as effectively approving the resolution with those additional conditions that were discussed during those two motions. Do I have that correct?
That is
That was
correct.
the intention? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So I'd like to make a motion that we issue an advisory statement to the city council on this project.
I will second that.
I'd like to discuss that before we vote on it.
Okay.
I don't think that's an appropriate thing for the Planning Commission to do. I don't think it's within our jurisdiction, and if you're talking about urging the council to revert to a less tall building, I worry that it has the force of urging the city council to violate the state laws in this case. I suggest that it might be more fruitful if individual planning commissioners feel free to talk to the city council about their opinions.
I think this state law has been explained very clearly to us and will be very clearly explained to the city council.
Yeah, so my motion is not going to deal with height. It's going to be, how about I make a motion and we can discuss it? And we can figure out if we want to.
Didn't you just make one?
Well, I haven't actually provided any detail. I just said, let's say something. I haven't said what we're going to say yet.
I heard you make a motion and someone seconded it.
So I'd like to make a motion that we, I like the motion, let's clarify what the motion, the advisory statement is. This is up for discussion. I think we're looking for, actually, what I would like to make an advisory statement is clarification. Shoot, I'm going to back off. Gordon, do you want to make this? I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay. I would make a motion that the city council strongly look at the motion at the ENA that it approved back in June 2023. So in June 2023, as more representative of the project that they asked for in the first place. I would also add to that motion the other advisory concerns that we had. I actually don't remember what they were.
I'd like to,
yeah. So, yeah.
I think the point
Let's
is
start
that,
there.
No, I think city council needs to provide direction on the, whether or not this project is applicable to the scope of work they originally issued, and it's consistent with what their objectives are from a policy perspective. I would say that this project can be accommodated at this site with a significantly reduced mass in many formulations, which could include removal of parking from the site and location at another place. It could include a reduction in the office space and the programming space, which seems excessive because there's no clear plan for it. And the consideration of, those are, just consistent with the original scope of the project. The city council should make a determination. Yeah.
What he said.
In a more coherent way, I hope.
And also, looking at the original scope of having, 31 studios with 9 one-bedroom units, like they should revisit that, and because that might, even though we're not supposed to consider parking, we were told we couldn't as part of this process. This is a vibrant area that people use, and we want, and we haven't really come up with a way to deal with all the parking that may occur, although.
We need a coherent, I think what the point was, we need a coherent parking plan for this part of, not all of downtown, but specific to this particular area that includes the campus of the middle school, the Boys and Girls Club, Shoreline Station, the Catholic Church. This needs to be addressed.
And the sheriffs.
This needs to be addressed urgently. And in particular, the intersection between the event center and 555 Kelly today is severely problematic. We've heard testimony about the death of a bicyclist at this intersection and on Kelly. But this area is problematic. And so it needs to be addressed urgently as part of this project. Further, the city council needs to make a determination as to what the definition of major transit stop is. I haven't received clear evidence that we have a major transit stop in the city. I've heard a staff report, but there's no evidence to demonstrate that we're using practices consistent with other communities. And I think it's important for City Council to weigh in on this and staff to provide background on how we got here, because that's.
We have 4 minutes.
That's it.
Wait, there was a couple of
Can we make a
things.
motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes?
Yes.
So moved.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Did we also have the condition on the the air monitoring and the, was that an advisory on the air monitoring, or? was
I
that-
think my expectation is that Matt's going to take air monitoring into consideration as part of the condition of approval. And he's going to come up with an air management plan. It's already part of the standard conditions of approval, but he's going to look at it for sensitive receptors.
Okay.
So I think we're covered there.
And what about the washdowns? Did we talk about the washdowns?
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, that's my advisory statement, I really, City Council needs to look at this and you want to read it back?
Project.
No, that was a lot. So I was understanding that this is not going to be a written document that we are producing now. You are making a motion based on what you just discussed, was my understanding. And I understood Commissioner Gorin to have initially made the motion, and Commissioner Hernandez and others added to it. So maybe Commissioner Gorin, if you wanted to amend your motion to include the additions of the other commissioners, and then you could take a vote on whether, as a planning commission, you want to make that recommendation to the city council.
Yes, I would amend my motion to include what the other commissioners have said. Thank you.
Second?
Well, I like the language you just stated about urging council to prioritize the study of the regional parking and safety, but I'm not comfortable with us feeling that it's our place to tell City Council to go back and revisit the entire project. You'd think if they want to do that, they'd be well able to do it without the Planning Commission's input.
Can we get a vote?
They may get to on appeal anyway.
I wish there was a way we could split those two things up so I could support the traffic and the...
I make a motion to, so which two items, you wanted to, should we do that or no? Let's just
We
make
just
a motion.
vote. It's
Let's just vote.
advisory.
It's fine.
It doesn't even matter.
Do you guys want to vote?
Yeah. We have a motion and we've got a second. So.
Yes. Do you want to, all in favor?
No, I think we should do
A roll call.
Or you want to do a roll call?
Okay. Commissioner Gorin,
Yes, please.
Commissioner Reddick,
No.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Johannes,
Yes.
and Chair Gossett.
Yes.
Okay. Motion approved, 4-0. 4-1, I'm sorry. 4-1. It's late. Sorry.
So
That's for the advisory.
do we want to give a summary of what happened? You guys, thank
project
you.
was
You're so
approved.
patient with us
The
tonight.
project has been approved.
Approved about half an hour ago.
I'm not done yet. So the project's been approved, the permit for tonight, the CDP has been approved, so I just want you to know that. And the next item on our agenda is public forum for anything that wasn't on the agenda tonight, if anyone would want to speak out.
I have no
Okay.
speaker cards.
All right.
Director's report.
Director's report?
Thank you, Chair Gossett. Members of the Commission, Steve McHarris, Interim Community Development Director. Of one brief report. The Caltrans SR1 multi-asset maintenance project that the Planning Commission approved on April 9th. We received 2 appeals for that, and that is scheduled for City Council consideration on May 21st. That's my report.
Through the chair. When are we going to hear 880 Stone Pine as a actual item? I know an emergency CDP has been issued, but are we going to hear that as a actual item?
Through the chair.
Please.
So as you recall, 880 Stone Pine was approved under an emergency CDP, and as a condition of that, a full CDP had to be filed with the city. That happened within the 60-day period. My understanding is that the CEQA documentation is being finalized right now. It will likely be circulated next month, and then there's an appeal period. So probably the earliest that can be heard here is 45 to 60 days.
Would that be before we break ground?
That is not the plan. The whole purpose of the emergency CDP was to move that project forward and not have to wait for the traditional process, and the timelines are based on moving forward in the next few weeks.
Is there anything we can do in the interim to assist the city in the process? We just need to wait, I guess, until you get the CEQA.
Yeah, we will follow the normal process, and of course, this is a project that doesn't qualify for the types of bonuses or the density bonus here, so it'll be a much more traditional process for the regular CDP.
I think the bigger issue that I'm concerned with is we have, my understanding is from listening to the Coastal Commission meetings this week, is that we have significant changes coming to state law that impact us in January of 2025, where any that affect density bonus law projects. Specifically, our discretion as a community, it sounds like, is going to be reduced to ministerial approval based on objective development criteria. And I have not seen any we don't even have standards we can agree on for this project. So I'm very concerned that we're behind the 8 ball in terms of planning. So I understand there's a budget item for this, but where are we at with establishing those objective design criteria under whatever it is, State Bill 237?
I would have to have a conversation with our planning staff, but I don't believe we've started that process. I think the funding would be give us the ability to start moving that forward. It's beyond the capacity of our existing staff.
Okay, it's very concerning that from what I've heard, and you know, we want affordable housing in our community. I think we want to make more of it. We want to make it work, but you know, I'm sure we'll have a lot to say on it later. The other thing is there's another bill coming that's promoted by Assemblymember Alvarez, which is going to basically remove the Coastal Act from state density bonus law altogether. And I think for those coastal communities that aren't paying attention to it, my personal view is that it's a disaster. So, you know, we've got a lot of work to do just to keep up with the objective design criteria, but Senator Alvarez's bill is something that I think poses a significant threat to us as a community. And I think I read the Coastal Commission's report on this. They also strongly oppose Alvarez's bill, and I think it's important for people to get the word out on that.
And I will say, I do believe we actually took a position of opposition to this bill. I can confirm that with our city clerk who manages the legislature.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Or
I had one quick communication.
Okay.
You all may know this, but last week the Coastal Commission denied the appeal of the so-called Wavecrest CLT trail.
Which means
Yes.
the project is moving forward.
I watched that meeting.
Me too. We're a bunch of nerds.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Good night.